c. 2242. c. 2242 Yu Zhen lied non-stop, making Feng Wu, who was watching from the back, very angry. Now, she had finally seen with her own eyes what kind of face Yu Zhen had, making things up in front of the crowd. No wonder he wanted to create a good reputation for himself, so that when he meets with this kind of thing in the future, he could excuse himself. Fine, if you really have the ability, then cut off this golden armor. Chen Xiang took out a piece of golden armor and threw it on the ground. It shouldn't be difficult for you to cut off this golden armor, right? When Chen Xiang spoke, his face was filled with ridicule, causing Yu Zhen to be greatly agitated. Chen Xiang obviously looked down on him and thought that he did not have the strength to cut apart the golden armor. Everyone nodded their heads. Yu Zhen said that if he could cut off the body of the armored crocodile, then he could easily cut off the golden armor too. Why should I do as you say? I'm not going to let you lead me by the nose. I'll say it again if you don't. Yu Zhen had not even finished speaking when Chen Xiang suddenly summoned his heavenly magic sword and stabbed it into Yu Zhen's chest. Chen Xiang's attack was just too sudden, because he already had something to talk about before, making everyone think that he was someone who could be talked about. Yu Zhen was also like that. He knew that Chen Xiang was strong, yet Chen Xiang did not make a move against him, which resulted in him thinking that Chen Xiang was afraid of the Great Heaven School, which was why he did not admit it. Chen Xiang's stab was very sudden. It pierced through Yu Zhen's chest. After Yu Zhen was stabbed, he immediately waved his sword towards Chen Xiang, but his divine sword was broken by Chen Xiang. Originally, if you obediently handed over the half-corpse, I could have spared you, but now... Chen Xiang's expression turned cold as he threw another punch at Yu Zhen's abdomen. The berserk meteor immortal power rushed out, penetrated Yu Zhen's abdomen, and left behind a huge hole. You, I will kill you. Yu Zhen was covered in blood, but he was not dead. Although his flesh was severely injured, he was still a great clan elder, so he had a tenacious life force. Furthermore, Chen Xiang did not plan to kill him yet. Just as Chen Xiang was about to go up, Yu Zhen suddenly took out a jade box. Chen Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye to look inside and discovered that there was a small black bottle. Seeing the bottle, Chen Xiang anxiously used his spatial energy to retrieve the jade box from the air. He moved the box into his hands and stored it in his serene Yao ring. Puff! When Yu Zhen saw that his powerful divine artifact was taken away by Chen Xiang, he couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. Quickly kill him! Yu Zhen roared. The other elders immediately brandished their swords and rushed forward. Chen Xiang teleported behind Yu Zhen and struck the top of his head with his palm. He activated soul-absorbing devil spell and searched through his memories. Kill! Just you guys. Chen Xiang said in disdain, and then threw the heavenly magic sword in his hand out. It rotated and flew towards an old man in the air, and in the blink of an eye it hacked off the old man's head. Under Chen Xiang's control, the heavenly magic sword danced in the air and attacked the few old men who came over. In a few blinks of an eye, from within the blade and sword beams, streams of blood shot out. Chen Xiang only needed to use his D power to control the heavenly magic sword to fly out to attack, and he killed all the few elders. Now that he had also obtained Yu Zhen's memories, he released a wave of meteor immortal power from his arm. Carrying an intense flame, it pierced through Yu Zhen's body and instantly turned him into ashes. Everyone was shocked. This Yu Zhen was the great clan elder of the Great Heaven School. But in the hands of Chen Xiang, he was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. With a few blows, he was killed, and the elders who were responsible for protecting him were also very strong, with several tens of divine deity, but they were all slashed and killed by a broken sword flying chaotically. Now, everyone believed even more that the armored crocodile was killed by Chen Xiang. Only with Chen Xiang's strength could they easily kill it. Chen Xiang teleported to Feng Wu's side and used teleportation to take her away, leaving the underground auction venue. She was still in a state of shock and was initially worried about how Qin Xiang would escape from the encirclement, but she didn't expect him to appear in the blink of an eye. You really killed that bee, Astard? Feng Wu found it hard to believe that a middle-ranking sex great elder was like an ant in Qin Xiang's hands, instantly crushed to death. What's so strange about that? Qin Xiang laughed. Who asked him to steal my things? Qin Xiang had already obtained the heavenly Aquarius, and even found out from Yu Zhen's memories that the location of the half-corpse was within the heavenly Aquarius. As the old man from the Tsang Cloud City had said, Yu Zhen had indeed taken the bottle and inquired about its use. And what Qin Xiang did not expect was the bottle was not Yu Zhen's but Great Heaven School's. Yu Zhen had only borrowed it from him. Now we can return to the everlasting mountain to report. Feng Wu said, Feng Wu, you still need 10 special G. Oh, DBs to go through the inner sect examination, right? Qin Xiang asked. That's right. With your help, I think we'll be able to succeed very soon. Feng Wu laughed. Although I have always thought that my judgment was not bad, but I still made a mistake. I never thought that you guys would be so terrifying. How about this? This time you will use Armored Crocodile. This Armored Crocodile can be considered as 10 special G. Oh, D-Beast. This way, you can immediately partic. 1 P8. The reason why Qin Xiang had joined Feng Wu's party before was because he wanted to know more about the matters of the Star Law Divine Realm as he hunted the special G. Oh, D-Beast. And also because he wanted to find out more about the matters of the Star Law Divine Realm through his teammates. He could even easily kill a special G. Oh, D-Beast like the Armored Crocodile. So if he wanted to complete it himself, it would also be very easy. What are you trying to do? Feng Wu asked. She was not worried about completing the mission. With Qin Xiang's strength, even 100 special G. Oh, D-Beastess could be easily completed. After you enter the inner court, think of a way to help me investigate the whereabouts of these 3 divine medicines. Some divine medicines are not sold outside, and I'm afraid that only the inner court of those big powers have them. Qin Xiang handed over a piece of paper to Feng Wu. Previously, he had told Feng Wu that he came here to find a divine medicine for his wife to refine for her. Okay, no problem. When we go back, I will say that a friend helped me kill this armored crocodile, and I will not reveal your item. One tie. Feng Wu nodded. She was also clear that if the news of Qin Xiang killing the armored crocodile were to spread, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Qin Xiang used teleportation to bring Feng Wu out of the city, towards the Tsang Cloud City, and then through the Tsang Cloud City to return to the Everlasting Mountain. This is a communication jade symbol paper. As long as it is near Everlasting Mountain, we can communicate with each other. If I pass the examination, I will contact you again. Feng Wu smiled at Qin Xiang. You must also quickly enter the inner sect, in case I get bullied and lose my helper. Qin Xiang laughed, then bid farewell to Feng Wu. Feng Wu was going to hand over half of the armored crocodile's corpse, while Qin Xiang was going to the Great Hall to queue up to receive the news of Special G. Oh, D-Beast. It was indeed faster for him to enter the inner sect now, and become an important disciple of the inner sect. With his status and item 1, Tai, it would be much easier to do things then. It was because of this that Yu Zhen had deceived many people. See 2243. See 2243, when Qin Xiang arrived at the Great Hall, he heard someone talking about the armored crocodile. He never thought that the news would spread so fast and that they would even know about what happened at the auction. Because Yu Zhen had the appearance of a young person, he was a famous person in the eyes of many young people. However, he was killed by some unknown person in a few moves, and the reason was because Yu Zhen stole half of an armored crocodile from others. Right now, the Great Heaven School was everywhere asking for information. They wanted to find out who the culprit was. When the Great Heaven School was killed by someone in his own home city, a great clan elder, and a lot of people had already become the laughing stock of the people around him. So he had to find the one who took action. Otherwise, they would not be able to lift their heads. In the Everlasting Mountain, many people knew about the armored crocodile because it was a very powerful special G.O.D. beast, killing 1 head to 10. Many people had a deep impression of it. That day, when Feng Wu went to hunt for special G.O.D. beast, there were people who knew about it, so it quickly spread. After all, Feng Wu had made good results in the past 3 years, killing a total of 90 special G.O.D. beast. Feng Wu went to report it was a relatively secretive place, the upper half of the armored crocodile. We have received news that the upper half of the body is not in your hands. The old man in charge of collecting such important information said, "How could he not know? I did it with my friend. Although it caused quite a disturbance, the Everlasting Mountain did not cause any trouble. After all, Yu Zhen was the one who did the wrong thing first." Feng Wu said, "If it wasn't for Yu Zhen stealing the other half of the corpse, there would be more left." "Is that friend of yours from Everlasting Mountain?" The armored crocodile's corpse was indeed very precious, not to mention the fact that the Great Heaven School was in the wrong. Even if the Great Heaven School found out that the armored crocodile was in the Everlasting Mountain's hands in the future, they did not need to be afraid of the Great Heaven School. "No," Feng Wu said. "Good. We'll take it. You don't have to worry about the rest of it. Leave it to us. The Great Heaven School won't dare to act recklessly. And the one who did it was that person. You never went out to do anything, so it's none of your business." The old man chuckled, took away the upper half of the armored crocodile, and then took out 10 specially made pearls for Feng Wu. "Little girl, I have gathered 100 pills. When does the inner sect examination begin? That test isn't easy, and you can't ask a friend for help either. It needs to be completed independently," the old man said. "Old mister, can you give me a bit of information about the assessment?" This gave me time to prepare myself. Feng Wu laughed. "All right, I'll tell you one thing. There's only one assessment in the inner sect, and that is to go kill a special G.O.D. beast. You need to kill a special G.O.D. beast with holy level S." When Feng Wu heard the old man's words, he was slightly surprised. The special G.O.D. beast of the holy level have 80 divine deity. This is very difficult. The old man laughed. "Let me tell you the truth. If you enter the inner sect from the outer sect, you will be greatly rejected. Although you're an inner sect disciple, it is extremely arduous. Of course, there will definitely be quite a lot of benefits. But you can't be like the other inner sect disciples who can leisurely cultivate and enjoy rich resources all day long." Feng Wu was already mentally prepared, and now she was even more determined to enter the inner sect. She wanted to see how big of a gap there was between herself and the inner sect's outstanding disciples. Chun Xiang lined up 10 times consecutively to receive news about the 10 special G.O.D. beast. If he couldn't complete it within 1 month, then he would have to delay it 10 times to increase the number of times. However, he was confident in himself. It was not difficult for him to kill 10 special G.O.D. beasts in a month as long as he could find one. In just over 20 days, he had successfully killed 10 special G.O.D. beast, and then went to that place to report his findings. When the old man saw Qin Xiang bringing over 10 special G.O.D. beasts at a time, he could not help but be shocked. "I didn't expect such a strong kid to come to the outer sect. You just entered the inner sect not long ago, right? Being able to complete it within a month, it's indeed very powerful. Very rarely has someone as powerful as you appeared. If you enter the inner sect, you might be able to make a name for yourself. Although the inner sect disciples who are born and raised here are against outsiders, you possess absolute power, so you don't need to care about them." The old man laughed and gave Chen Xiang 10 small beads. "Give me your jade plate and help me remove the blood contract." Looked at the pearl in his hand. Previously, Feng Wu had showed him that if one hunted a special G Oh, beast! One would be able to obtain one pellet, gather all 100 of them, and then be able to partake. 1. P. 8 in the intersect examination. And these pellets could not be given to others. I will go to the intersect. Chun Xiang received the jade tablet. He was already free, so he would not be restricted much. He left Everlasting Mountain and came to Song Cloud City. He had contacted Huang Jintian a few times before and agreed to meet him at Song Cloud City. What made Qin Xiang even more worried was that Feng Wu had not even replied him. It had been almost a month, and he still had not received any news of Feng Wu. In a private room of a hotel, Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian had already ordered a large table full of dishes and ate most of it. "You're late." Huang Jintian laughed. "How many Xin Yuan stone I sold to you all before." Qin Xiang picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of tasty meat. 1 and 500 million. This is the price of the black market. There's no other way. It can't be sold openly. Huang Jintian said, "It seems like they can earn a lot. The pill shop sells 1 billion pills, and the middle-rank pills sell 100 billion pills." Qin Xiang said, "Yeah, those divine medicines aren't worth anything. But who told them to grasp the right to sell them? So they can't be sold off without permission, or else many big powers will surround and attack them. I earn them so much." Huang Yantian was also somewhat indignant because Chan Xiang could refine high-grade bone-level Dan. Shangping bone-level Dan S were even more expensive, and they were all used for auctioning. In order to maintain the price of Shangping bone-level Dan, those large powers had all released a little after a period of time, but there were still people who bought them. The bone-level Dan's pill formulas are only controlled by the top powers. The other small and medium-sized powers don't have them, and those who buy the bone-level Dan are mostly those who don't have the pill formulas. Ordinary people can't afford them. Huang Jintian grabbed a big leg that looked to be extremely tasty and started to bite. Qin Xiang nodded his head. "This Star Law Divine realm has many rich and powerful forces. In the future, we will definitely be able to make a lot of money here. We will have to wait for me to reach the pinnacle. The moment I cure Shui of her poison, I will quickly cultivate." We have already heard that a divine medicine for the antidote pill is the Bixing Immortal Lotus. In the hands of this W.A.N.G. ancient heavenly star, it is in the hands of a large clan. Huang Jintian said, "This great clan is stronger than most of the middle-ranking powers, and is more famous in the W.A.N.G. ancient heavenly star." "Oh, what family was it? Can you ask how many Xin Yuan stone are needed to purchase?" Qin Xiang asked anxiously. "C. 2244. C. 2244. Feng clan just ask around. We can consider it as the eternal family, so we have a good relations. H.I. plus P with the Everlasting Mountain. We only know that the Feng clan has this kind of divine medicine, but we are temporarily unable to find out whether they are selling it or not." Huang Jintian said, "Feng clan? I just met a woman in Everlasting Mountain. She's surnamed Feng." Qin Xiang said, "It can't be that much of a coincidence, right? I have already asked her to help me inquire about those divine medicines in the inner sect of Everlasting Mountain. If she is a Feng clan, she should have heard of the Bixing Immortal Lotus." "Not bad. You've already hooked up with a woman so quickly." Huang Jintian chuckled. "Actually, even if she's from Feng clan, she might not know about the Bixing Immortal Lotus." "That's right. She is a bit more mysterious. Maybe she is not taken seriously in the Feng clan. Otherwise she would not have ran over to the Everlasting Mountain to suffer." Qin Xiang nodded his head. Feng Wu was truly a hard-working person, and had never treated him as a woman. He must have trained her ruthlessly for many years. The news has spread like wildfire over this period of time. I did not expect that it was you who caused it." Huang Jintian laughed. He actually killed the great clan elder of the Great Heaven School in front of so many people. This fellow is tired of living. He actually went to steal your thing, and yet dares to be stubborn. Although this matter had spread like wildfire, there was no conclusion to it. He's courting death. When Chun Xiang recalled this matter, he still felt great about it, because this allowed him to obtain a heavenly Aquarius. This bottle was extremely powerful. It was a divine tool similar to the 6 divine artifacts. You guys sold those bone-level Dan. There are quite a few of them now, right? Qin Xiang laughed. Don't tell me you're all gone. How could it be spent? Do you need Xin Yuan stone now? Huang Jintian laughed. Brett, you really can refine bone-level Dan. This kind of Xin Yuan stone in your eyes is nothing. All right, I won't take it. But you have to help me. I want to quickly enter the inner court. The woman I know has been in the inner court disciple exam for a long time, but I haven't heard anything. I want to enter the inner court to investigate. Qin Xiang said, right now I still need 90 special D beast corpses to qualify for the examination. The special D beasts that you need are worth 1 billion each. 90 of them means 90 billion. This everlasting mountain is so profitable. You can't be asking us to help you hunt special D beast, right? The bone-level Dan that Qin Xiang had sold to them was only worth 1 billion. But now Qin Xiang was asking them to do the work of a Shen Yuan stone that was worth tens of billions. In any case, you guys have nothing to do right now. You have the Heaven extended method. So being able to figure out the location of the special D beast is not like asking you to hunt 90 heads. I will hunt some myself, and after 20 days, I will kill 10 of them. Qin Xiang said, if you need me to refine 8 Shen Yuan stone, I will give them to you. When that time comes, just think of a way to sell them. Why are you talking so much? I'm not going to help you. Huang Jintian laughed. 10 8-bone-level Dan. Even if they were sold in the black market, they could still sell for a lot. Then let's begin. I need to hurry up and enter the inner sect. There are many outstanding alchemists in the inner sect. Maybe they have the antidote pill. Qin Xiang said, then after fineness, plussing that table of food with Huang Jintian and the others. He returned to the everlasting mountain to receive news about the special D beast. Just as he walked out of the lobby, he saw a beautiful lady dressed in white robes looking at him with a smile, while holding a sword in her hand. Feng Wu. Qin Xiang was finally relieved in his heart. He walked up quickly and smiled. When you dress up seriously, you look even more beautiful. Feng Wu spread open his arms, laughed, and circled around. This is Everlasting Mountain's clothes. I have to wear it. Do you think it will look good? Not bad. To make you look more feminine. Qin Xiang laughed. How is the inner sex life doing? Not bad. Many inner disciples are ignoring me. I also can't be bothered with them. They are all weak chickens, and I don't know where they got the courage to look down on me. Only if you have the skills will you truly be able to do so. When Feng Wu talked about this matter, her face revealed a bit of anger, which showed that she had suffered a lot inside. Feng Wu, there's something important I need to ask you. Qin Xiang said, let's talk somewhere else. Follow me. Feng Wu brought Qin Xiang to a hotel. This hotel did not look luxurious, but it was very comfortable. This is where I used to live. I've paid a year's rent. You can live here from now on. Feng Wu brought Qin Xiang to the 3rd floor of the hotel. There were 3 rooms in each hall. Feng Wu, are you from the Feng clan? Qin Xiang asked. As Feng Wu was pouring some tea for Qin Xiang, she paused for a moment and then continued to pour and poured a cup for herself as well. She was silent for a while, and after slowly drinking a mouthful of tea, she nodded and said, yes. Is this something that triggered the unhappiness in your heart? I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Xiang said as he saw Feng Wu's expression. It's okay. I have left the Feng clan a long time ago. My father is a disciple of the Feng clan, but he is A-B-A-S-T-A-R-D child. and is not well received in the Feng clan. His talent is mediocre, but he went to great lengths to enter the everlasting mountain, get to know my mother, and give birth to me. Feng Wu took another sip of tea and continued. My parents' pa-s said away later on. My father told me before that if he died, I would return to the Feng clan. When I returned to Feng clan, because my talent was not bad, I was nurtured as well. But later on, they wanted me to marry me. If I wasn't willing, I would have run out and joined the everlasting mountain. At that time, I wouldn't have feared that they would come looking for trouble with me. Feng Wu sighed. I left the Feng clan a long time ago and have also earned several tens of billions of Xin Yuan stone. I already don't owe them anything now. Even if you wanted to ask me about the matters of the Feng clan, I'm not too sure either. I might not be able to help you at all. It's fine. I just heard that there are Bixing Immortal Lotus in Feng clan, so I thought you might be a disciple of Feng clan. I didn't expect you to actually be one. Chun Xiang laughed. Feng clan has Bixing Immortal Lotus? Maybe they got it later. How about I go back to the Feng clan and help you ask? Feng Wu knew that Qin Xiang urgently needed to concoct a divine pill to detoxify her wife. So no matter what, she had to help Qin Xiang no matter what if she didn't want to go back. No need. This kind of thing is too difficult for you. You just need to continue asking about it in the inner sect. I have already arranged for people to investigate Feng clan side. Qin Xiang laughed. If you are able to become famous in the inner sect, then I will be able to go in and take care of you. C. 2245. C. 2245. Although Feng Wu had entered the inner sect, she had missions. So she had to hunt Special G, OD Beast right now. If she went in from the outer sect like her, she would need to do this kind of labor for a long period of time. Although her reputation was like a trial, she was actually just a thug. But true disciples who were born and bred in the inner sect rarely had such dangerous experiential learning. Most of their time was spent inside the inner sect cultivating. At most, they would improve their combat experience through combat. After Feng Wu left, Qin Xiang also started to hunt Special G, OD Beast S. With Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian's help, he could quickly gather 100 of those beads. At that time, he would be able to enter the inner sect to take a look. In the blink of an eye, half a year of busy work had gone by. Qin Xiang was currently taking the corpses of 10 Special G, OD Beastess to hand over. I'll be taking the examination soon. Qin Xiang Pa-S said a very big storage bag to the old man and said while laughing, to be able to gather enough within half a year, someone must have secretly helped you. Even though the old man said that, his face still carried a smile. Actually, it doesn't matter if someone helps. In any case, what we earn are our everlasting mountainess, as 100 Special G. D-Beastess is equivalent to 100 billion Xin Yuan stone. Just with your contribution points, it's much better than those inner sect disciples. Those B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S, they only know how to consume. They never know how to earn Xin Yuan stone. Clan Elder, why is this happening? In other words, isn't cultivating those inner disciples a piece of cake? Chun Xiang asked curiously. The majority of Everlasting Mountain's resources were provided by the outer sect disciples. Indeed, that's why the price increase came out of seclusion. At that time, the new rules will be set, and the good days of those brats will be over. The old man laughed. There's no problem with these 10 Special G. D-Beast here. Your strength is not weak, and you can already earn a large amount of Xin Yuan stone. Why did you still have to suffer humiliation in the inner sect? Although you can get a lot of powerful asterisk from the looks of it, you probably don't need that asterisk. Did he come for the supreme Dan bead? The most convenient thing to do in the inner sect was to have an outstanding pill G, D to help you refine a divine pill. The Dan G, D-I-N-S-T-I, Toot S of the inner sect of our everlasting mountainess are the stronger out of the big powers. Qin Xiang laughed. I am indeed heading towards a Danji Dynasty. Toot, I need the divine pellets now. This was indeed the reason why he entered the inner sect. After collecting all 100 of those beads, Qinxiang immediately ran towards the gigantic myriad God mountain. There was a cave at the bottom of the mountain where he could partake. 1. P. 8 in the examination. After Qinxiang entered, it was very quiet. After all, the threshold to partake. 1. P. 8 in the examination was very high, and it wasn't something that many people could partake. 1. P. 8 in every day. Upon seeing Qinxiang, a small old man's eyes immediately lit up. Young man, are you here to partake? 1. P. 8 in the A assessment? Come here. Qinxiang anxiously walked over. There was only a table in the cave, and the old man was sitting on top of it, smiling with his legs crossed. I'm partake. 1. P. Aiding in the examination. Here is my jade token. Qinxiang handed over his jade tablet and then another box. Inside the box were 100 beads and proof of killing 100 special God beast. Qinxiang, he's quite amazing. It's already been half a year. So let's start the examination now. Do you need time to prepare? The old man asked. At the moment, he looked more excited than Qinxiang, but it seemed like he was too bored here. He finally had something to take care of. Let's start now. Qinxiang only came to report after resting for a day. All right, as long as you kill a holy level special God beast, you will pass the examination. This shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man smiled and said, I will bring you over and personally supervise you. This is only if you personally kill me. Holy level special God beast? Qinxiang asked, how strong is it? The one with 80 divine deity is the holy level special God beast. The one with 90 divine deity is the king level special God beast, and the one with 100 God DS level is the emperor level special God beast, the strongest one. The old man said, since you can hunt 170 divine deity special God beast, your own strength is definitely not weak, so you should be able to complete it. Oh, then take me with you right now. I want to quickly enter the inner sect. Qinxiang only saw Feng Wu once a month. After Feng Wu entered the inner sect, there was almost no time. He spent the entire day hunting special God beast, and sometimes even went to the Earth stage stars or other Heaven stage stars. Star Law Divine Realm was so big, but there are so many of them that it was almost impossible to kill all of them. The old man brought Qinxiang out of the cave and walked towards the transmitting square. Elder, do you not need to stay in the cave? What if someone comes to take the test? Qinxiang asked. If he really wants to take the examination, he will be waiting for me there. In fact, I knew in advance who would come to take the test. When you were collecting the 90 beads, I received news that no one would come during this period of time. The little old man brought Qinxiang along to enter the transmission array. When the transmission array opened, Qinxiang and the old man were teleported to a city. The old man then took out a flying discs and flew away from the city with Qinxiang in the blink of an eye. An hour had said, and the flying discs were flying very quickly. They were already far away from the city. There's a holy level special beast down there. Go and lure it out. The old man pointed at the huge hole in the ground. This was a wasteland, so suddenly finding such a large hole in the ground was very abrupt. Moreover, it was emitting a strong aura, so it was not hard to discover that there was a strong special God beast below. Hurry up and go. Even if you kill them, you'll be able to pass the test and become an inner court disciple. However, if you enter the inner sect, then you will be sick of doing this kind of thing. The old man laughed. I'll go right now. Qinxiang flew towards a hole. He did not know what kind of special beast there was, but he was not afraid. Qinxiang had already reached the top of the hole. The old man, sitting on top of the frisbee, took out a jug of wine and drank it, then laughed. This guy has arranged for all of the special Oh, D-Beast to be pretty complicated. I think we'll need to fight for a while. Come out. A flame condensed in Chen Xiang's palm and shot into the big hole. A series of MUF-led rumbling sounds came from below the cave, followed by a burst of sharp hisses and piercing screams, which made Chen Xiang feel very uncomfortable. It's the D-piercing mountain beast. Yuetter said, this guy's voice is very unpleasant. If it's a holy level special D-beast, then this guy is pretty strong, but it's nothing to you. The earth started shaking as a rodent-like giant beast suddenly crawled out of a hole in the ground. Its body was covered in thick, barbed armor, and these armor pieces were like fish fins that could slide. The armor pieces of the mountain-penetrating divine beast all stood up, and after screaming at Chen Xiang, the black lance like spikes suddenly flew out densely from above. C-2246. C-2246 Chen Xiang had originally planned to use heavenly magic sword S, but he was worried that the old man up there would see through it. Hence he decided to solve the problem with his bare hands. The black thorns released by the mountain-penetrating divine beast flew over from below like a storm. Chen Xiang only used the same method to form a set of flame power S. Then he punched out with his fist and released a wave of flames that enveloped the black thorns. The black thorns were instantly ignited by Chen Xiang's flames and dropped to the ground. There were no longer any black thorns on the armor of the mountain-penetrating divine beast, and it looked much more comfortable. However, Chen Xiang realized that there are some small spots on the armor that were growing rapidly. What a strong fire G! Oh, D-power, this little brat's flames are scary. If those old fellows from the Danji, Dinsti, see it, they will definitely be ashamed. The old man was secretly surprised in his heart as he felt the force of Chen Xiang's punch. The special D-beast of the holy level are too weak. I have to hurry and finish them. That way I can immediately enter the inner sect. Immediately dove down at high speed, the meteor immortal power started to circulate, and when he dove down, his body was ignited in flames, looking like a falling meteorite. Chen Xiang aimed for the head of the mountain-breaking D-beast, and roared. The veins on his fist bulged and spewed out a true raging flame, which turned into the shape of a fire dragon head. He opened his mouth and roared continuously. Roar! Chen Xiang used the Azure Dragon Divine Art in combination with the Meteor Immortal Power, possessing an unexpected power. The moment the fire dragon roared, it spat out a fierce flame lightning. When the flame lightning struck the mountain-splitting divine beast's head, its fist immediately dropped as the meteor immortal power rushed out. Boom! Oh. The powerful force penetrated through the mountain D-beast's head and exploded inside, causing the head of the beast to split into pieces and blood to gush out. The most terrifying thing was, after the force shattered the head of the beast, it did not weaken at all and continued to penetrate into the ground. The power of fire and thunder accompanied the meteor immortal power's power, and after penetrating deep into the ground, it once again produced a series of violent eruptions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Along with the loud noise, the earth within 1,000 miles radius began to shake violently. Cracks began to appear as the earth began to collapse and tremble violently. Chen Xiang hastily placed the corpse of the mountain-penetrating divine beast into the storage bag, then flew up into the sky. When he turned his head, the ground had already become uneven, and dust was roiling everywhere. This brat. We gave it to him for free. He has 90 divine deity. The old man could already see Chen Xiang's strength now. Only with this kind of cultivation would he be able to release such a terrifying power. Even he himself was wondering if he could defeat Chen Xiang. The old man stared blankly at the collapsed ground. It had been a very long time since he had seen a person with such a young face and power. Elder, how is it? Have I said it yet? Chen Xiang came onto the frisbee and said smilingly, handing the storage bag over to the little old man. If I knew earlier, I would have let you go hunt a king level special G. Oh, D-Beast. Your 90 divine deity is enough to deal with the divine beast that's going through the mountain with 80-odd divine deity. It wouldn't have been under any pressure at all. The old man smiled and patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. I'm not hiding anything, you just can't tell. Qin Xiang rubbed his nose and laughed. Clan Elder, can you not tell everyone that I have 90 divine deity? I am worried that once I enter the inner sect, they will arrange for some special G. Oh, D-Beasts that are harder to kill to be given to me. Of course not. I also came through the outer sect examination that year, so I know what's going on inside. This old man knew how to conduct himself well. He knew that since Qin Xiang had that kind of strength, he would definitely be able to get along well in the future. Thank you, Elder, Qin Xiang said sweetly. Here's your new jade plate and a few sets of clothes. The old man said a box to Qin Xiang. You can go up the mountain to report after you change your clothes. Although you are very strong, you still have to be careful in the inner court. Although those arrogant and useless ghosts are very weak, they all have powerful parents or masters. The old man had muddled through the inner sect back then, and now he was imparting experience to Qin Xiang. If you want to achieve a better status and don't want to kill Special G, D-Beast all day, then you have to take the assessment to become a true disciple as soon as possible. At that time, you will be better off. Qin Xiang immediately thanked him. The old man brought Qin Xiang back to the bottom of the everlasting mountain. Qin Xiang changed into the everlasting mountain's clothes, which were a set of white clothes. There was a sky stairway that led directly to the peak of the mountain. Qin Xiang had never gone up, but he knew from Feng Wu that there would be many caves in the region that was close to the everlasting mountain. Qin Xiang ran for a short while before he arrived at the inner sect of the everlasting mountain. He did not reach the mountain peak because that was where his legacy disciples, Danji, Dynasty, Toot S, and elders lived. He's the new disciple who just said the assessment. The person in charge of guarding the heaven stairway looked at Qin Xiang's jade tablet and saw that it was brand new. Qin Xiang laughed. Senior brothers, please take care of me. We also came from the outer sect. The big man laughed. When you enter the largest cave, you will see a little kid. He is responsible for receiving new disciples. After Qin Xiang thanked him, he flew up to the big cave, and after entering, he found a very spacious plaza. Other than that, there were also many big and small caves on the cave walls. The environment doesn't seem as good as the ground. Qin Xiang thought he had already seen that the little demon was merely a short man with a tender and childish face. Qin Xiang walked over, and the man seemed to be able to tell that Qin Xiang was a disciple who had just said the examination. Senior brother, I'm new. Qin Xiang anxiously greeted. He guessed that this brat was also from the outer sect examination. Otherwise, he would not have been arranged to do such a thing. I'll know when I see it. Otherwise, no one will come find me. The man was shorter than Qin Xiang by 3 heads. He raised his head and looked at Qin Xiang, laughing. You look really tall, but actually many people are taller than me. Qin Xiang laughed. Senior brother, you are an inner sect disciple. How can you not have the ability to become tall? If you want to change your bones right now, it shouldn't be difficult at all, right? Are you doing this to make others look down on you during a battle? Junior brother, you know too much. The man laughed. My name is Hua Huang. What about you, junior brother? Qin Xiang cupped his fists and said, All right, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Do you need to live by yourself or with someone else? Hua Lang smiled evilly. Or with a beauty? Living with a beauty, of course. Speaking of which, senior brother, have you received a woman called Feng Wu before? Can you arrange for me to be with her? Qin Xiang asked in a low voice. C. 2247. C. 2247. Yes, I have. This woman is a man. Do you know her? Hua Lang asked curiously. Yes, I came here to chase her. Can you arrange for me to stay with her? Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly. Well, it's a bit difficult, because she chose to live by herself from the very beginning. Only if she herself agrees would she be able to open up another stone room in her cave. Hualang looked at Qin Xiang with a face full of admiration. Junior brother, you're so awesome. For the sake of chasing a woman like her, you actually risked your life to come here. I'll take you there first. I don't know if she's in there or not. Chun Xiang followed Hualang to the deeper parts of the cave. It was dark and humid here, but the spirit qi inside was extremely dense, so it was much weaker than the cave at the entrance of the mountain. The environment here is a little bad, but it's still the center of Everlasting Mountain. Hualang said, the best caves are the ones on the surface of Everlasting Mountain, and a cave like this that is digging into the interior of a huge cave is rather weak. Only those that are close to the cave entrance will do so. New disciples can usually only stay in this sort of place. Unless they perform well, they will be rewarded with a good cave mansion. Chun Xiang did not care about the environment. In any case, when he was training, he would spend most of his time in the secret room, as long as there was a quiet and safe room, and furthermore, he did not need the dense spirit qi to cultivate. He relied on the spirit pellets to increase his strength. It's here, the first level. Even though the first level is not very good, there are still many benefits, so there's no need to fly up. Hualang laughed and pointed to a cave entrance. On top of it the word Feng Wu was written, and the stone door was tightly shut. Miss Feng Wu, are you inside? Hualang stood on his tiptoes and shouted to a SELL at the door. I'm here. Is something the matter, brat? Feng Wu recognized Hualang's voice and immediately replied, Feng Wu, I am Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang immediately shouted to the SHELL. Not long after Qin Xiang finished speaking, the stone door opened. Feng Wu saw that Qin Xiang was also wearing the Everlasting Mountain's attire and knew that he had said the examination. There really is a person wearing this set of clothes. Feng Wu patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and giggled. This junior brother wants to live with you and also open a secret room in your cave abode. Do you agree? Hualang curled his lips. He did not think that Feng Wu would actually be so friendly to Qin Xiang, the reason being that their relations. HI plus P was extremely intimate. Of course, I agree. Quickly go in and help him build a stone room. Beautiful. Feng Wu threw a storage bag at Hualang. 100,000 Xinyuan stone, that's enough. Enough. Hualang took the Shenyuan stone and immediately laughed. He then eagerly ran in, only to hear a tinkling sound coming from inside. He was in the middle of carving a stone room. Feng Wu, have you been busy recently? I'll send you a message. But you won't even reply. Qin Xiang asked as he followed Feng Wu to the small hall in the cave. I am in closed-door cultivation. The missions given to me by the authorities are getting more and more numerous, so whenever I have time, I will also go into seclusion to cultivate. Feng Wu suddenly said in a low voice, I already found out the whereabouts of the Qingxin spiritual lotus. It's inside the Everlasting Mountain, but it belongs to the Everlasting Mountain. Leave in the Elder's Hall. The antidote required 3 types of divine lotuses to concoct. It was called the 3 Lotus Dan, and the 3 types of divine lotuses were all the divine medicines of King Grade, which were more precious. Really? Great. Qin Xiang immediately held onto Feng Wu's hand, feeling a little excited. It's just that it's not easy to obtain. I heard that even Dan Ji, D-I-N-S-T-A, Toot wouldn't be able to obtain something that belongs to the Elder's courtyard. Feng Wu sighed. No problem, there will be a way eventually. Qin Xiang said, as long as he knew there was a way, he would think of a way to get it. Qin Xiang, it's really tiring for the outer sect to enter the inner sect. Not to mention being rolled in the eyes of the original disciples. I even have to work frequently, especially killing Special G. D Beast. I've killed so much in the past half year that I almost vomited. Feng Wu pouted and said, "But right now she looked like a woman." Hua Lang stuck his head out and laughed. "Don't look at my job as a receptionist. It's much better than all of you, haha." Seeing Feng Wu's expression darken, Hua Lang could not laugh. "Are there any benefits in hunting the special God beast? After all, I can't possibly let you kill them for nothing and not give them any rewards, right?" Qin Xiang said, "Of course there is. As long as you hand over half of the corpses, I will always leave half of them for sale. And the special D beastess are all provided by the sect. After handing in 10 special D beastess, you will get a type-in Dan reward. If you hand it over to 100, you will be able to enter the Myriad Ancient Book Pavilion to find a suitable technique." Feng Wu said, "Not bad. How many special D beast you killed right now?" Qin Xiang immediately asked. The rewards were very generous. The type-in Dan were very precious. 5. We need to kill at least 1 beast every month, and all of them are beast kings of the 80 divine deity. Feng Wu stretched out his 5 fingers. "It's very difficult to kill them. I get injured every time. Fortunately, Dan INSTI Toot can receive the divine pellet to heal them." Hua Lang's voice came out from the stone room. "This kind of day still needs to be endured. We've painstakingly obtained resources and shared them with the original resident disciples. Furthermore, they've gotten more than us, but they haven't given anything to us. After all, their parents and masters are all the true disciples of the everlasting mountain. Killing special D beast is nothing. Running around is the tightest." Qin Xiang said, "The teleportation fees came from the everlasting mountain. It is indeed tiring to run around. Sometimes the special D beast's information is inaccurate and you have to ask everywhere else. But this kind of situation is very rare and is usually very accurate." Hua Lang said, "If there is a collaboration between 2 people, as long as we kill 1 a month, the corpse that we turn in needs to be complete. That way it will be much easier." Hua Lang was more or less done. He was currently installing a stone door. He had already completed the stone door long ago. There were a few array formations on it. "All right, add in what you need." Hua Lang laughed. "Please accept it." Qin Xiang walked in and praised, "It's a Sias place, and there's even a bathing pool. It's not bad, but there's no window." "This is inside the cave. Where did this window come from for you?" Hua Lang said, "You guys take your time. I have to go guard the door." After Hua Lang left, Feng Wu immediately went to close the door. "Chan Xiang, the Feng clan also has a disciple here, and he's even the disciple of a successor disciple. He met me before. I think he will definitely report the news of me here." Feng Wu said, "Oh, don't worry. When the time comes, Feng clan won't be able to do anything to you. You are Everlasting Mountain's disciple after all." Qin Xiang said, "Hard to say if they decided to marry me, as long as they opened their mouths to the clan elders of Everlasting Mountain. Maybe the clan elders would agree. Although the Feng clan is not a match for the Everlasting Mountain, it still gives them some face." Feng Wu was extremely worried. See 2248. See 2248. I had cut off all relations with the Feng clan long ago, and I have already compensated them with what I needed to compensate. Why are you still not letting me go?" Originally, she thought that if she were to enter Everlasting Mountain and fight for a period of time to become a true disciple, the Feng clan would not dare to do anything to her. But now, she had actually met a disciple of the Feng clan here. "Feng Wu, how much bones do you have right now?" Qin Xiang asked. "You already have 80 divine deity, so it's not easy to cultivate your divine deity up to that level in a short period of time, but you can still cultivate in bones, which is the only way to quickly increase your strength. Only by doing so can you become a successor disciple faster." Feng Wu had more than 80 divine deity, but Qin Xiang felt that her strength was slightly weaker. If not, it would not be so strenuous to fight the holy level special Oh, beast. If she had more bones, dealing with the holy level special G. Oh, beast would be extremely easy. I only have one bones. And this was something that I learned a long time ago. It's not so easy to condense bones in a short period of time, and I don't have any bone level danas either. The reason I entered the Everlasting Mountain was to earn more Shen Yuan Stone S, and to make it easier to buy higher level bone level danas. Feng Wu thought that what Qin Xiang said was unreliable, and she felt that condensing bones was much more difficult than cultivating divine deity. I have a bone level dan. Qin Xiang said, "Wait for me here for a while." Qin Xiang entered his new room, and after closing the door, took out the Zhongping bone level dan's divine medicine. He had quite a few of these divine medicine, and they were all copied for him by LV Chilian when they were at the core of the earth. I'll first refine about 20 pills. Qin Xiang's eyes burned with a fiery light as the divine medicine in his hands melted immediately and turned into a ball of air, quickly fusing together. Finally, it was split into several small B, AL, LS, and then condensed into 6 bone level dan S. He had refined a total of 4 bone level dan, and all 24 of them were completed in a few seconds. Feng Wu didn't know what Qin Xiang was doing and was very curious, but since Qin Xiang was closing the door, she could only suppress her curiosity and wait patiently. She didn't have to wait long before Qin Xiang opened the door and came out. Here, Qin Xiang handed over a jade box to Feng Wu. This is the bone level dan. Feng Wu wasn't sure if this was true or not. She had never seen so many bone level dan. Even though she had cultivated up to 80 divine deity, no matter what rank the bone level dan were, they were all extremely precious and rare, all firmly under the control of a large power. "MN, do you know the trick to condensing bones?" Qin Xiang asked. Feng Wu did not hear what Qin Xiang said. She was already shocked. 20 bone level danas were right in front of her, and they were even for her to eat. She was thinking about what kind of background Qin Xiang had to actually take out so many bone level danas and give them to her so generously. One of them was worth over 10 billion Shin Yuan stone, and these 20 were equivalent to 200 billion Shin Yuan stone. "Feng Wu!" Qin Xiang shouted lightly. "What trick?" Feng Wu was also very sensible and did not ask about the origins of these bone level dan. Refining it in 12 hours, at this time the chance of condensing a bone level dan is rather high. If it goes smoothly, you only need a few days to condense 1 bones. These 20 bone level dan S should be enough for you to condense 2. Qin Xiang said, "At that time, your strength will also increase a lot." "Thank you. I will return it to you in the future. I will go back into closed-door cultivation right now." Feng Wu immediately entered the room. Qin Xiang walked out of the cave and arrived at the entrance of the huge cave. "Junior brother, are you going to retrieve the news of the special G? Oh, beast? Are you preparing to kill the special G? Oh, beast?" Hua Lang immediately laughed when he saw Qin Xiang. "I've just become an inner disciple. Don't tell me that I'm going to hunt special G. Oh, beast now." Qin Xiang asked, "Of course not. You have a month to get familiar with this place, and then it will start next month." Hua Lang chuckled. "Aren't you jealous of my work right now?" Qin Xiang looked around, and seeing that there was no one else around, he sent a sound transmission to Hua Lang. "Senior brother Hua, I have a pill on me. If I exchange it with someone else, it would be considered a violation of the rules." He laughed out loud and replied, "No, the rules do not allow sale, but I have never said that I am not allowed to trade or secretly using divine pellets to exchange for items or for the help of others. There are a lot of things that need to be done with you. Junior brother Shin, that pellet of yours, if you need it, I can help you get rid of it." Qin Xiang knew that Hua Lang, who was in charge of receiving him all day, must have done these things secretly, which was why he came. He still had 4 Zhongping bone level dan in his hands. "I have a bone level dan," Qin Xiang transmitted. "What?" Hua Lang shouted in shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that there was a bone level dan left for him to eat. and it was actually being used as an exchange. He suspected that Chun Xiang was crazy. Even a prodigal son would not dare to lose like this. Go to your cave. Hua Lang realized the importance of this matter and said quickly. Chun Xiang brought Hua Lang into the cave and entered his room. Show me. Hua Lang anxiously said. This was a divine pellet that was worth 10 billion. If he had gathered 10 billion Xinyuan stone, he would have definitely bought one at the first time to condense his bones. In such a large power, without sufficient bones, it would be hard to do. Chun Xiang took out a bone-level dan that had gone through heat treatment. From the looks of it, it did not seem like it had just been made. Hua Lang placed the milky white bone-level dan in front of him. The quality is very good. Bone-level dan of this color are all of the best quality. What do you plan to use to exchange? Hua Lang wanted to buy them for himself, because the majority of the Zhongping bone-level dan he bought were of poor quality. Senior brother Hua, I have just arrived at the inner sect and am weak in power. I think senior brother Hua should help me introduce a few reliable friends. Chun Xiang laughed. I want to build a small force and need some trustworthy experts. Hua Lang was a smart person. He could tell right away that Chun Xiang was trying to rope him in. Brother Hua is my first choice. I believe that he will not disappoint me. If Brother Hua is willing to join me, this will be yours as well. Chun Xiang took out another Zhongping bone-level dan. 2 of them. Junior Brother Shen. No, Master Shen. I, Hua Lang, will follow you from now on. Hua Lang immediately stood up and wanted to pay his respects, but Chun Xiang stopped him. Just call me Junior Apprentice Brother. Chun Xiang laughed. Take it. Big brother, from now on, I am your little brother. How would I dare to call you Junior Brother? Hua Lang took the bone-level dan, and the quality was extremely good as well. When Hua Lang saw that Chun Xiang had casually given him 2 bone-level dan, it meant that he did not care about the bone-level dan at all. See 2249. See 2249 since Hua Lang had been in the inner sect for so long. Yet he had not even gotten any shopping bone-level dan. He had to hunt and kill any special D beast that he could think of. Therefore, in Hua Lang's eyes, Chun Xiang was much taller than the leader. Baidu's search for Tli plus 800 tailnet. All right, but in the case of outsiders, you should just call me Junior Brother. Chun Xiang laughed. Big brother, if you have any orders, just say it. I'll resign from my position of reception right now and focus on helping Big Bro in the future. Hua Lang said, You can continue to be a receptionist. The only thing I asked you to do was to ask for some information. Chun Xiang said, Of course, the most important thing to do now is to strengthen us, so I need you to find out if there are any true disciples that are not too proud of themselves. I will use Zhongping bone-level dan S, or even Shangping bone-level dan S to rope them in, but the condition is that he must be able to rely on it. Hua Lang took a deep breath. Chun Xiang even had a Shangping bone-level dan. No problem, although the true disciples of the inner sect are very arrogant, but there are some who are more honest and diligent, and these are the things that are easy to win over. Although they are true disciples, but in order to obtain the rewards of a divine high-level pill, they have to do many difficult things, and if you were to give it to them directly, these honest people, would definitely follow you, Big Brother. Hua Lang said, What is the strength of true disciples? Chun Xiang was more curious about this. Even someone with 80 divine deity, like Feng Wu, was still able to become a true disciple. Generally speaking, there are 95 divine deity, or even 100 G. DS level. But their bones is very small. Because of the lack of bone-level dan, the majority of bone-level danas are controlled in the Danji Toot, so the majority of successor disciples are ordered by the Danji Dinsti Toot S to go everywhere to look for divine medicine or to hunt for even stronger special D beast S. Hua Lang said, I currently also have 93 divine deity, but I only have one. If I want to become a successor disciple, I need at least 3 bones in order to pass the examination. Chun Xiang had heard Yuer talk about it before. In the Star Law Divine realm, it was extremely difficult to raise one's bones. I'll give you another bone level, Dan. This is not for you, but for you to rope them in. Chun Xiang laughed. I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 100 guts. Hua Lang really did not dare. If he angered Qin Xiang, he would not be able to obtain the bone-level Dan in the future. Also, help me find out about the Qingxin spiritual lotus. I heard that the Danji Odinsti Toot has them, and see if there's any way to buy them. This was also something that Chun Xiang was very concerned about. No problem. I've already recorded everything down. Big brother, when I go to rope them in, I will try my best to rope in a direct disciple with 100 G. Oh, DS level S. Most of these direct disciples have very few bones S, so as long as they have bones S, they can very easily be pulled in. Hua Lang said, I will go now. Chun Xiang nodded. Following that, Hua Lang ran out. At this time, Hua Lang was also very excited. He only had 2 bone-level Dan. The Zhongping bone-level Dan are actually so useful. Looks like I have to get more. If possible, all of the type-in bone-level Dan must be obtained. Chun Xiang immediately entered the room. He had 50 life-killing divine deity now, so it would not be difficult for the purple pearls that he condensed to quickly replicate the Shangping medicine. If he wanted to make the superior grade injuries into the best, he would need to use the 6 realms D cup. He had never used the 6 realms D cup before, so he did not need to refine the type-in Dan now. To many strong warriors here, middle and high rank bone level Dan were extremely attractive, and it was not the time to bring out type-in Dan. Chun Xiang had to refine 12 Shangping bone level Dan S and 30 middle graded pellets before he left the room. It had only been half a day. Feng Wu was still in closed-door cultivation, and she needed some time to cultivate her bones. Chun Xiang sat in the hall, used the alive slain method to condense the purple pearl, and then placed it inside the 6 realms D cup. When he first obtained the 6 realms D cup, there were already some high-level divine medicines, the highest being heaven grade. He did not know about those divine medicines and did not know what use they were for now, so he did not need them right now. Feng Wu, quickly come out. Someone suddenly shouted outside the door, and even shouted a few times. At the door there was a S-H-E-L that could be used to send sound transmissions into the room. Feng Wu was currently in closed doors cultivation, so he definitely could not hear anything. Who exactly is it? Your tone is so bad. Chun Xiang hurried over to open the door. Outside the door was a tall, skinny, and handsome man wearing the Everlasting Mountain's white robes. He couldn't help but frown when he saw that the one who opened the door was a man. Who are you? Why is he here? The man's tone was extremely cold. Is this Feng Wu's man? So what if she is? She's in closed-door cultivation, and it's not convenient for her to see you right now. Chun Xiang said, and was about to close the stone door, but he was blocked by the man's hand. How dare you? Don't you know who Feng Wu is? You actually dare to get close to her. Are you seeking death? The man said angrily, I have slept with Feng Wu before. She's already my woman. Make that guy who has his eyes on her give up. Chun Xiang snickered. But is it true? The man suddenly became angry and shouted. Absolutely true. Otherwise, how could I be here? It's not like you don't know Feng Wu's personality. The more Chun Xiang saw that the other party was angry, the happier he got. The one who has his eyes on Feng Wu is not you. So why are you angry? Is that your master? That's right, if master is angry, a servant like you must be angry too, or else master will beat you up, right? You're courting death. The man was completely enraged by Chun Xiang and wanted to grab onto Chun Xiang's clothes, but who knew Chun Xiang would suddenly shut the door. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, open the door! The man pounded on the stone door. If you have the guts, smash this door open. Since it's your responsibility to investigate this matter, I remember that we cannot cause any trouble in the Everlasting Mountain. I also want to know the consequences of causing trouble. Chun Xiang laughed. You have guts. You're just a lowly outer sect disciple. How dare you be so impudent? Just you wait and see. You're dead. I'll get someone to deal with you now. The man gave the stone door a powerful kick before walking away. Chun Xiang also wanted to know how the other party was going to deal with him, so he patiently waited. In the past 2 days, he had been refining purple pearls and copying the Zhongping bone, level Dan's divine medicine. The stone door of Feng Wu's room suddenly opened, and Feng Wu ran out laughing. I did it! I have the second bones, thank you, Chun Xiang! So fast, not bad. How many bone level Dan did you use? Chun Xiang didn't expect that in just 2 days of time, Feng Wu had successfully condensed his bones. See, 2250. See, 2250, 2 pills. Feng Wu was very happy at the moment. After condensing 1 bones, she felt that her strength had increased a lot. She really wanted to find a special D beast to train with. Feng Wu took out the jade box and gave it to Chun Xiang. There are still 18 pills. You can have them. Chun Xiang pushed the jade box back and said, You keep it for yourself. I don't need it now. You only have 2 bones, and that's not enough. And I will work hard. Feng Wu nodded. Oh, right. 2 days ago, there was a guy who came to visit you. He was tall and thin. Chun Xiang told Feng Wu about her encounter with the man, causing Feng Wu to giggle coquettishly. You have to take responsibility for spoiling my reputation. Feng Wu laughed. That's good too, that be. ASTARD won't be thinking about me all day. Big brother, big brother. This was Hua Lang's voice. Why did this guy call you big brother? Just as Feng Wu asked, he realized that Chun Xiang must have given the Zhongping bone level Dan to him. She did not think that the Zhongping bone level Dan would actually have such a low status in Chun Xiang's eyes, and had given it to him so casually. Chun Xiang immediately went to open the door, only to see a tall and STURDY middle-aged man standing behind the short Hua Lang. This middle-aged man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a big beard, looking very intrepid and looking somewhat simple and honest. Let's talk inside. Hua Lang anxiously entered the hall and closed the stone door. Successor disciple. Feng Wu was surprised and immediately stood up. Chun Xiang also noticed that there was a purple jade pendant on the middle-aged man's waist, with the word true written on it. This was the proof of ident. 1. Tai as a successor disciple. Greetings, Brother Shin. I am Teng Yong. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, Although I am a true disciple, but please do not be overly cautious. Right. Everyone sit down. Hua Lang immediately laughed and even brought out some tea and poured some tea for Chun Xiang and the others. This is Feng Wu. Chun Xiang immediately introduced Feng Wu to Teng Yong. Lo big brother Teng. Feng Wu immediately stood up and bowed. Teng Yong smiled and nodded. He was a successor disciple, but he did not have any airs of arrogance. Big brother Teng once saved my life. At that time, I was hunting the special D beast outside and made a den for the beasts. At that time, Big brother Teng risked his life to save me. Hua Lang sighed, his face full of shame. Ah Lang, this matter will be over in the future. There is no need to bring it up again. Saving you is something that I am willing to do. Teng Yong laughed and patted Hua Lang's shoulder. Big brother Teng is truly a righteous person. It is such an honor to be friends with Big brother Teng. Chun Xiang laughed. I won't beat around the bush now. I believe Ah Lang has already told you that I will continue to build a small force. I need powerful and loyal people like Big brother Teng to join me. Teng Yong nodded his head. Ah Lang has already told me about it and even gave me although I am a successor disciple and possess the 100 DS level, I will still need to look at Dan Dinsti, Toot's face. In order for us to listen to them and control the bone level Dan completely, it is very difficult for us to obtain it. When it came to Danji, oh, dinsti toot, Ting Yong was immediately angered. Danji, oh, dinsti, toot is simply going too far, even though we have to try our best to please them. If we want them to help us with the concocting of pills, we have to pay even more, to be ordered around by them like slaves. Chun Xiang was ecstatic. He never thought that in order to control these rancors, the Danji, oh, dinsti, toot would actually do so many things that would anger the heavens and the earth. Big Brother Ting came in from the outer sect examination. He worked hard to become an inner sect disciple, but was treated differently by the Danji O dinsti toot. As Hua Lang spoke of these things, his face was also filled with indignation. We came in from the outer sect, and our strength is definitely not weaker than those little b. ASA are DS, but right now, some of those little things with Danji O dinsti toot backgrounds even dare to piss on my head. Tung Yong snorted. It was precisely because I could not watch this that I crippled a little thing. In the end, I was punished by the Danji, oh, dinsti, toot for 10,000 years and could not receive news regarding divine pellets and special G, oh, D-beast. Danji, oh, dinsti, toot is really going too far. Chun Xiang nodded. If you want to revoke the punishment, that requires 100 billion Xin Yuan stone. I'd rather feed it to the dogs than to them. The more Ting Yong spoke, the angrier he got. Chun Xiang was using the divine pellet that she had at her disposal to rope in these people who were dissatisfied with the Danji, oh, DSI, toot, thereby establish H.I. plussing her own small power. Only now did she realize that she was really too young and couldn't see through Chun Xiang at all. Big Brother Ting, may I ask, how many bones do you have right now? Chun Xiang said, 3. It's been a long time since I've managed to condense them, and for us outer sect disciples, creating bone level Dan S is not easy. Unlike those fellows who are born and bred in this world, they're not much better off. Even if they have more bone level Dan S than us, they don't necessarily have much bones. Ting Yong said, amongst the true disciples, I do not dare to say that I am the strongest, but those who dare to challenge me are few in number. Big Brother Teng, how many hours will it take for you to refine the Zhongping bone level Dan you are eating now? Chun Xiang asked again. I finished it in 8 hours. I know that 6 hours is the best time, but that requires Zhongping bone level Dan. Ting Yong said. Feng Wu also secretly nodded his head. High-grade bone level Dan-S were always auctioned. Every time the auction was called an auction, there would always be compet. 1 tie-in, and they would only sell 1 pellet each time. The Zhongping bone level Dan will be auctioned in the inner sect once a month, and I am currently restricted by the Danji, oh, dinsti, toot from entering the auction. Ting Yong snorted. Big Brother Tung, this is for you. Chun Xiang Pa S said over 2 high-rank bone level Dan S. Give the Zhongping bone level Dan that Lang gave you back to him. That won't be of much use to you. It's more suitable for you. In the hall, Feng Wu, Hua Lang, and Ting Yong immediately took in a deep breath. The 2 bone level Dan S in Chun Xiang's palm were of high quality, and the medicinal fragrance and aura were directly separated into different types. He just gave her such a precious item. This. Ting Yong was in disbelief. Take it, I only have these for now. Chun Xiang laughed. Thank you. From now on, you are my big brother. Just like Hua Lang. Ting Yong also called him Big Brother. Previously, for the sake of the Zhongping bone level Dan, he was ordered around by the Danji, oh, dinsti, toot like a dog. Suddenly, someone knocked heavily on the stone door. Feng Wu, quickly come out. Chun Xiang recognized this voice. It was the same voice that came to look for Feng Wu the last time. In the end, it flew away, angrily due to Chun Xiang. It's Feng Yuan. This guy is a disciple of the Feng clan. He came here very early. Why is this B? A-S-T-A-R-D here? Feng Wu walked over to open the door. She was not afraid of Feng Yuan right now. An expert like Ting Yong was here. C. 2251. C. 2251 when Feng Wu went to open the door. Ting Yong anxiously put away the purple jade pendant on his waist, hiding his ident. 1. Tai as a true disciple. Qin Xiang was worried that something might happen to Feng Wu, so he quickly followed. After opening the door, there were 2 people standing outside. One of them was Feng Yuan, who came before, and the other one looked similar to Feng Yuan, but he was a middle-aged man. Dad, it was this kid who humiliated me. Feng Yuan was furious. He really wanted to kill Qin Xiang. An outer sect disciple had actually dared to be so arrogant with him. Feng Wu, I heard you have a man, right? The middle-aged man said coldly, You clearly know that you want to marry into the Yuan family, but why are you still looking for a man outside? This is the crime of a criminal family. Feng clan and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Previously, I sent back quite a few Xin Yuan stone, but later on, Feng clan did not pursue the matter further. Did you guys start pestering me again after seeing me become an inner disciple in the everlasting mountain? Feng Wu said in a cold voice, I have a man, it's none of your business. You too aren't my parents. What right do you have to care about my matters? After Feng Wu finished speaking, he wanted to close the door, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. I, Feng Nanny, am your elder after all. You dare to speak to me in such a manner. You've rebelled. Feng Nanny was furious, and he walked in. Seeing that there were still a few people here, his face darkened. Could it be that these are all your helpers? Humph, you are just a bunch of SCU, that came in from the outer sect. Today, I will teach you, a beast that is rude to his elders. Qin Xiang hurriedly pulled Feng Wu back. At this moment, everyone could tell that this Feng Nan must have other reasons for hating Feng Wu, as Qin Xiang had already guessed that Feng Wu's parents must have also been stunned in their inner sect before, so they must have clashed with Feng Nan before. Ting Yong had already stood up, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed over. He looked at Feng Nan and said in a low voice, Just now I said that the dregs that came in from the outer sect were you. Feng Nani was very happy to see Ting Yong angered. He didn't even see Ting Yong's strength, and he said with a cold smile, So what if I am? You bunch of outer sect trash. Don't block me from teaching this disrespectful junior a lesson, or else I'll beat you up too. Feng Nani believed that since Feng Wu had just entered the inner sect, he would definitely not be able to befriend any strong disciples. Therefore, in his eyes, Ting Yong had just come in from the outer sect. Pow! Ting Yong's huge palm suddenly struck over, causing Feng Nan to fly out SMAs. H.I. plussing into the stone wall, blood flowing out of his mouth, and even teeth dropping from the ground. You. Feng Nan held onto his swollen face. Although he was furious in his heart, he was more frightened. Just now, the power of Ting Yong's palm was extremely terrifying. He could clearly feel it, and did not dare to let out a breath. You are only a junior in my eyes. How dare you call me a dregs? Ting Yong took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Feng Nan grabbed him up, and gave him another slap. Hearing the loud applause, Feng Yuan, who was watching from the side, was also stunned. Although his legs were weak, he reacted quickly and rushed out of the stone door, but was caught by Qin Xiang. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me. Although he was an inner disciple, he did not have the support of the Danji, Dynasty, Toot, and the elder courtyard. If he met a true disciple, even if he was crippled, he would not be able to do anything. Bastard. You're just a little stubborn. I can let you get away with this, but... Hum. Ting Yong said as he waved his fist out, striking Feng Nan in the face. In just a few blinks of the eye, Feng Nan had fainted from the hit. Back when he entered the inner sect, he was also often bullied like this, so now he saw that no matter what, he had to teach this guy a lesson. Not to mention that this woman, who had good relations, H.I. plus P with Qin Xiang, was bullied. Scram as far as you can. Don't let me see you again. Ting Yong grabbed Feng Nan and as if throwing a stone, he ruthlessly smashed towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was smashed by his own father, who was flying over, and also vomited blood from the strong impact. From the moment Feng Nan Yi was slapped, he knew that Ting Yong was a very powerful successor disciple, so he did not dare to be arrogant again. Feng Yuan carried his southern wing on his back and hurriedly ran out of the cave. He was worried that he too would suffer the same fate as his father. Previously, he had planned to abandon his father and run away. Don't worry, there won't be any consequences if I play this kind of game. Even if the Feng clan comes, he can't do anything to me. Ting Yong said. He was 100 G. Oh, DS level after all, and as long as it wasn't for the bones, he would be fine. After all, he was already sealed off by the Danji, Nsti Toot, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Thank you, Big Brother Ting. Feng Wu immediately thanked him. There's no need to be polite. I just entered the inner court and was humiliated by this. Those of us who came in from the outer sect should unite together to fight against the inner sect. Ting Yong said to Qin Xiang, Big Brother, I have a few friends. Although they are not 100 G. Oh, DS level S, they are not bad people. They are people that I trust. They are all friends who have gone through hards. HI plus PS and also came from the outer sect. If possible, let them come over and talk to me. Shangpin Bone level Dan S are definitely not few in number. Qin Xiang nodded his head. We outer sect disciples should unite together. This way, we won't have to look at the inner sect's face. Hua Lang said, the outer sect disciples have long had this thought for so many years. There have been people who have planned to do this, but the Danji Dinsti, Toot and the elders do not care because they are not a threat at all. And if they really do this, as long as the Danji Dinsti, Toot blocks the high-level divine pellet and do not distribute it to this group of people, it will naturally disband after a period of time. Ting Yong said, back then there was also a big brother who gathered us all together, but we couldn't hold on for long. Without the help of the divine pellet, we could never improve. So in the end, we could only disperse and continue to listen to the orders from the Danji, Toot, and the Elder Hall. The Pilji, D was controlled by a large power and was also the core of a large power. Therefore, it was very difficult for Ting Yong and the others to recruit the Pilji, D back then because they did not have enough resources to have the Pilji, D help them. Furthermore, the position of the Pilji, D was extremely respected, and since they were a motley crowd, the Pilji, D would naturally not be with them. But it was different now. Since Qin Xiang was able to provide the bone-level Dan, Ting Yong had already guessed that Qin Xiang was a Pilji, D. It was just that he was very curious as to why Qin Xiang did not enter the Danji, Dinsti Toot. I will go and find my brothers now. Ah Lang, pay attention to the movements of the father and son just now. Maybe they'll gather all of Feng Clan's disciples here. As far as I know, Feng Clan also has 2 successor disciples here. Ting Yong said, C. 2252. C. 2252 Ting Yong left very quickly. At this time he was also very happy to be able to make an acquaintance with the Pilji, D who came in from the outer sect, and furthermore, this Pilji D was very low-key. He was not willing to be with the Danji Dinsti. This was a blessing for them. Big brother, I've asked around for you. The Qingxin spiritual lotus are indeed in the Danji, Dinsti Toot. A little servant in the Danji, Dinsti Toot told me this, and when the time comes, I would use a shopping bone level Dan instead of a Shun Yuan stone. Ting Yong said, a shopping bone level Dan is worth 1 billion. Qin Xiang asked, Ah Lang, then do you know how many bone level Dan's divine medicine are needed to buy? Hua Lang thought for a while, then said, it should be around a few hundred of them or even 1,000. It's hard to say. The requirements are all of high quality. Although it was just a shopping bone level Dan, Qin Xiang was still able to easily duplicate it easily and quickly refine it. Help me check where the auction will be held and what the conditions are for its partic. 1. P-Asian. Qin Xiang said, all right, I'll go now. Hua Lang left quickly. After Feng Wu closed the door, he laughed. Really? To be able to recruit such a strong successor disciple in an instant. Qin Xiang laughed. Nothing much. I have always been this capable. Feng Wu continued to train in bones and tried to condense 3 bone zests to become a successor disciple. I'll go now. Feng Wu knew that Qin Xiang needed a strong helper, and she was still not strong enough. It was tough even on holy level S, so she quickly entered the room and continued to cultivate her bones. Qin Xiang returned to his room and started refining some Zhongping bone, level Dan S. There were 60 in total, and then he refined 30 of them. They had just started preparing the last shopping bone level Dan, and this shopping bone level Dan was meant to be used for the auction. 6 pills out of 1 furnace. I need around 200 batches, and I need over 1,000 shopping bone level Dan. Otherwise, it won't be enough for the bone level Dan. Qin Xiang began to copy the divine medicine, and the low-rank divine medicine was relatively easy to obtain. He currently had 50 life-killing divine deities, in addition to the unique liquid that the 6 realms DKS had condensed, which could allow him to replicate even faster and cultivate the low-rank divine medicine. He realized putting the 6 realms D cup on top of the 6 realms mirrors and letting it absorb the 6 realms power from within the 6 realms mirrors. The effect would be even better. In just a day's time, he had created 30 sets of shopping bone level Dan's divine medicine, and it would only take 7 or 8 days to obtain 200 of them. He felt that there was still time. Ting Yong said that he would go find his brothers and friends, but after a few days he did not come back. Instead, Hua Lang came over a few times to provide useful information to Qin Xiang. The main reason was because the auction would be held 10 days later and would be held in the Thousand Ancient City, which was also a huge city near the Everlasting Mountain. It was under the jurisdiction of the Everlasting Mountain, and there would be many powers partic. 1. P. Aiding in the auction, giving out precious divine medicines in exchange for shopping bone level Dan. Might even partic. 1. P. 8 in this kind of auction, as Feng Clan has Bishing Immortal Lotus. I don't know if there's enough time, but I won't have to rest at night and focus on duplicating the divine medicine. Without 2,000 shopping bone level Dan, I might not be able to H those divine lotuses. Qin Xiang thought he was not familiar with the market, so he could only try to refine more shopping bone level Dan. 10 days and nights later, Qin Xiang kept replicating the divine medicine and refining shopping bone level Dan S, but he was only able to refine 1,800 of them, which made him a little apprehensive. If that was not enough, he would have to use the Shangping bone level Dan S to exchange for them. Qin Xiang had already told Hua Lang to register to partic. 1. P. 8 in the auction. If he was not a powerhouse of a certain power, he would need to pay a shopping bone level Dan in order to obtain an entrance jade tablet. All the reputable people who went to the auction were free of charge. Feng Wu isn't going. Hua Lang looked around the hall, but he did not see Feng Wu. She's still in seclusion. That's right, where's Ting Yong? I haven't seen him these days. Qin Xiang asked. His brothers are out on business. He's been trying to find ways to contact them these days. If I can find them, they wouldn't have to work so hard for Danji. Oh, DNSTI toot. Hua Lang Pa S, said Qin Xiang, a jade tablet. Big brother, this is the jade tablet to enter the auction. Although I want to go, after thinking about it, I feel that there is no need to waste the bone level Dan. That's right. After that southern wind wing got beaten up, did he do anything? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, they went to look for their successor disciples, and have indeed gone to look for their successor disciples. But they have not made any movements yet. I think that the successor disciples of the Foam clan are also afraid of Brother Yong. Hua Lang laughed. Big brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. If those 2 fellows come again, I will be able to hold them off for a while. All right, I'm going to the auction now. Qin Xiang patted Hua Lang's shoulder, then walked down from Everlasting Mountain. When he arrived at a place with no one around, Qin Xiang changed his appearance and changed his clothes. He then released a faint cold air to camouflage the aura on his body, so that he would not be recognized. The Millennium City was very big, and it was also very lively right now. It was because an auction like this was being held, and many big powers from the W.A.N.G. ancient heavenly star would gather here. And at that time, not only would they be able to auction high-level divine medicines, they would even have high-level divine artifacts. For example, high-level divine artifacts and King Grade S. Qin Xiang did not need any divine weapons now. His heavenly magic sword S were Emperor-grade divine weapons. The 6 divine weapons were all Emperor-grade, and there was even that Chuang's. H.I. plus G. Oh, D furnace a Chuang's. H.I. plus artifact that Serpa. S. said the Emperor-grade. The auction was in a very grand hall. It was surrounded by several floors, and each floor was filled with people. The people in front of each floor all held the highest positions within their power. As Chan Xiang sat at the back, he saw the people of Everlasting Mountain with a single glance. They were all dressed in white. The only difference was that their clothes had a picture of white flames on them. This was the symbol of Danji. Oh, Dynasty Toot. Isn't this master? They're here too. Chen Xiang quickly took out the communication jade symbol paper and used the sound transmission technique to tell Huang Jintian and Huang Jintian that they were sitting in a corner. Master, why have all of you come? Qin Xiang sent a message. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? There are many powerful guys in this auction. If I'm afraid, I won't be coming. Huang Jintian laughed. You should be aware of the Qingxin spiritual lotus inside the Everlasting Mountain's intersect. I also heard that the Everlasting Mountain is going to auction it. Amen. It's just that I wonder if Feng Clan will take out the Bixing Immortal Lotus. Qin Xiang said, the 2 divine lotuses that the 3 Lotus Dan needed had already fallen, so there was only one left. Bixing Immortal Lotus S are still quite important to the Feng Clan. They did not take them out to auction. Huang Jintian said, but you don't have to worry, we already found out what the Feng Clan is missing. With your abilities, you should be able to exchange with them for Bixing Immortal Lotus S. The auction had already started, and everything had quieted down. Huang Jintian did not send any sound transmissions to Qin Xiang, and only watched the auction quietly. C. 2253. C. 2253 Chen Xiang did not care about the other things in the auction. As long as he bought Qingxin's spiritual lotus, it would be fine. He only had those shopping dan he had equipped. If he bought other things, it would not be enough to buy Qingxin's spiritual lotus. From the start, it was the high rank bone level dan, which attracted many people to increase their strength. Bone level dan S used Shenyuan stone S to compete, but only small and medium-sized forces competed for it. Very quickly, it was bought by over 90 billion Shin Yuan stone. This caused Qin Xiang to be secretly shocked in his heart. To think that a high rank bone level dan could be sold for such a high price. The following items that were auctioned off were all Shangpin bone level dan S, and this was the reason why it attracted many small and medium-sized forces. Under normal circumstances, Shangpin bone level dan S would normally be sold at auction, and this time they were auctioned off consecutively for a few pellets. Now, Chen Xiang understood why the big powers did not allow them to sell the divine pills privately. Only by doing this could they sell the divine pills for a higher price. The Shangpin bone level dan S were finally sold out. On the stage now was a high-ranked divine blade. The starting bid was 10 billion Shen Yuan stone S. This divine blade was crafted by the famous star Law Divine Realm's Terminator Divine Lord. Although it has been a long time, it still possesses a powerful might. Even though it was only the best quality, it was still extremely valuable. The starting price was 10 billion, and not long after, it increased to over 400 billion. Qin Xiang also did not expect that the high-quality divine tool would actually be able to reach such a level. He felt that if Lu Menger and the others were to refine it, this high-quality divine tool would definitely not be a problem. Although divine pellets could not be sold in Star Law Divine Realm privately, divine tools were allowed to. In the end, the Taipin Dan was sold for more than 80 billion. Was getting impatient, but he had no choice but to continue waiting. He was clear that the items in front of the auction house were not considered expensive, and only the ones behind the auction house were the big wares. All right, everyone wait. What's next is the Qingxin spiritual lotus that Everlasting Mountain has just picked. This divine lotus is a king grades divine medicine. As for its effects, there's no need for me to say any more. If it's someone who wants it, they should all be clear about the effects of this Qingxin spiritual lotus. The host said, Qingxin spiritual lotus was able to stabilize a rancor state of mind and drive them into the divine sense sea. With the effects of mind cleansing and soul fixing, the poison in Long Shui could spread to the inside of the divine sense sea and heart, which was why the 3 lotus dan was needed as one of the medicinal ingredients. It's finally begun. Chun Xiang was secretly excited. The starting price is 100 shopping bone level dan, and every bid cannot be lower than 10. The host said, let the auction begin. The people who were partic, 1 P aiding in the auction for the first time, let out exclamations of admiration. They had never seen anything that could only be bought with shopping bone level dan S, and the starting price was 100 of them. This was equivalent to 100 billion Shen yuan stone, and none of the things that were previously auctioned off were worth more than 100 billion. Chun Xiang wasn't so nervous anymore. He had prepared about 2,000 shopping bone level dan, and he wanted to buy them. 120 pills. Someone began to shout. After all, this was a king-grade divine medicine, so even if it was useless, it was fine to plan it first. If they met someone who continued to grow this kind of divine medicine, then they would definitely earn some money. Within the W.A.N.G. ancient heavenly star, there was only one major power, the Everlasting Mountain, and right now it was the Everlasting Mountain who wanted to auction it. Therefore, the Everlasting Mountain would not partic. 1 P8. Very quickly, the number of shopping bone level dan S increased to 200. 210. Chun Xiang shouted, 230. An old man said indifferently, right now the people partic. 1 P aiding in the compet. 1 Taiyan were the heavyweights of a few powers. They usually had their own collection of bone level dan, which was why they were able to partic. 1 P 8 in this kind of auction. If it was any ordinary person, where did all these bone level dan come from? There were only a few people bidding right now, and it quickly reached 700 pills. And now, only Chun Xiang and the old man were fighting. 780. Chun Xiang shouted he did not feel the pinch right now, but thinking about how these bone level dan would all enter the danji, out in STI Toot he felt extremely unhappy in his heart. Finally, the old man did not make a sound. The Qingxin spiritual lotus was bought by Chun Xiang. It seems that I have overestimated the wealth of the W.A.N.G. ancient heavenly star. Chun Xiang went to the backstage and gave 780 shopping bone level dan, then returned to his seat. He still had over 1,000 shopping bone level dan. He had thought that he could get up to 1,000. That's normal too. No matter how rich a small or medium-sized power is, what kind of thing is a bone level dan? Being controlled by a large power like the Everlasting Mountain. Although they usually stock up quite a bit, they can't possibly use up all of it all at once. Yu Er said, a power could use 700 shopping bone level dan to exchange for delay medicines, which meant that this power had some background. Otherwise, who would be willing to give it up? When Chun Xiang went backstage, everyone saw him. The big shots here all knew about the big shots of the W.A.N.G. ancient heavenly star, but Chun Xiang had a strange face, so they were all very curious. Master, I'm leaving. Do you want to continue watching? Chun Xiang Pa S said by where they were at and gave them each a storage bag, which contained 50 of them. Since he had already obtained the Qingxin spiritual lotus, Chun Xiang did not plan to stay there any longer. He wanted to return and check on Tingyong's situation. Let's keep watching. Thanks a lot. Huang Jintian had accepted the shopping bone level dan that Chun Xiang had given them with a smile. He knew that this kind of divine pill was nothing in Chun Xiang's eyes, but it was an astronomical figure for them. When Chun Xiang left the auction, He had already changed his appearance. His actions today would definitely arouse suspicion, so he was extremely cautious. We are not familiar with these shopping bone level Dan, and it looks very fresh. It's just been out of the oven for a short while, so these 700 pills are all the same. An elder of the Danji, Dynasty, Toot obtained Qin Xiang's shopping bone level Dan. After carefully lysing it, he found it unbelievable. Impossible! These shopping bone level Dan were all refined within half a month, and it looks like they were all created by a single person. Someone actually managed to refine around 800 bone level Dan in such a short period of time. What is his purpose in coming to the W-A-N-G ancient heavenly star? The sudden appearance of a pill G, D with such a profound skill made the old pill G, DS of Everlasting Mountain, very uneasy. This was because this man was a threat to their position in Everlasting Mountain. Just as Qin Xiang returned to the Everlasting Mountain, he saw Feng Wu heading down the mountain. Feng Wu, where are you going? It's best if you don't wander around during this period of time. Feng Nan, you might be looking for an opportunity to take revenge on us. Qin Xiang said, Of course it's to hunt Special G, D Beast. It has to be completed every month. You just entered the inner sect, so you don't need to use it for the first month. Feng Wu said, I can also complete it in advance. For next months, that way I'll have enough time to close up. C. 2254. C. 2254, seeing that Feng Wu was in such a good mood. Qin Xiang knew that Feng Wu had used his bones once again. How many are there? Qin Xiang laughed and asked. Feng Wu stretched out 3 of his fingers and smiled sweetly at Qin Xiang. I'm going to hunt Special G. D-Beast now. My bones also needs divine soul. All right, be careful. Qin Xiang nodded. Feng Wu already had 3 bones. This was the minimum requirement to be promoted to a successor disciple. The Zhongping bone level Dan no longer suited her. What she needed now was the Shangping bone level Dan. Not long after he returned to his cave abode, Hua Lang came over. Brother Yong is already back, and he's even with one of his brothers. He wants me to tell you that they'll be there soon. Hua Lang seemed very excited. Alan, why are you so happy? Could it be that you have condensed a set of bones? Qin Xiang laughed. Of course not. I don't have any plans for cultivation yet. Let's talk about it when I have some free time. Hua Lang said, I'm excited because Brother Yong's brother is more famous than Brother Yong. Furthermore, he has been missing for 10,000 years. I don't know how Brother Yong found him. It's been missing for 10,000 years. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. He's also a disciple of the Everlasting Mountain? Of course he is. He is a legendary disciple of the Everlasting Mountain, who is a compet. 1. Tian once in a while, and Brother Yong, this brother, has once defeated many successor disciples in this compet. 1. Tian thus becoming famous, but later on he also offended the Danjiao Dynasty Tut and was sealed off by the Danjiao Dynasty Tut for 100,000 years, and he also disappeared during that time. Hua Lang said, The Danji, Dynasty Tut's so-called ban was to not give any divine pellets and help refine them. This was very fatal for disciples, because true disciples would be able to buy bone-level Dan from Danji, Dynasty Tut at a very affordable price. It's just that they would need to do some things for Danji, Dynasty Tut, but this was still better than not being able to buy Shangping bone-level Dan. Qin Xiang laughed. Brother Yong's brothers should be hiding somewhere and not missing. Seems like he would rather give the Shen Yuan stone to other forces than to Danji, Dynasty Tut. Furthermore, no one knew about the amount of bones he had cultivated in the way of the sword. All they knew was that he was ranked in the top 5 true disciples, and the sword he used was the King Grade D sword. Ting Yong had come, and was shouting Qin Xiang's name at the entrance of the cave. Qin Xiang immediately went over to open the door, and upon opening it, Ting Yong immediately pulled in the man with the conical bamboo hat. He was Jing Zhe, an extremely gentle-looking middle-aged man with a mustache and a small goatee. When he smiled, he squinted his eyes, showing a kind smile. "Brother, this is my brother, Jingzai." Ting Yong said, "I had to run around many places to find this bee. A-S-T-A-R-D. I understand a Yong's character, since he calls you Big Brother. And I followed him here. I'm afraid I'll have to call you Big Brother." Jingzai said. Tang Yong had already told him about Chan Xiang giving the Shangpin bone level Dan before, and this indeed had a great temptation. They didn't need a large number of Shenyuan stone, nor did they need to do excessive things to get the Shangpin bone level Dan. These are 2 Shangpin bone level Dan. Since you want to call me Big Brother, then I can't be stingy. Chun Xiang laughed. To be honest, the reason why I want to establish a small power is also for my own safety in the future. You all should be able to guess that I am a Pilji. OD, my pill refining skills are not inferior to those old fellows in Danji. OD, INSTI, toot, and I do not want to be controlled by them, so I can only make my own path. To fight against the Danji. Oh, DNSTI toot. This was something that Ting Yong and Jingzai would love to see, and right now, Qin Xiang was obviously going to smash Danji. Oh, DNSTI toot's bowl, but after doing so, he would be threatened by the Danji. Oh, DNSTI toot, so he needed someone to protect him. They would soon understand. Don't worry, Big Brother, as long as it's against Danji. Oh, DNSTI toot, I will definitely support you. His hands were still trembling. He had been busy for close to 10,000 years, yet he had only managed to get 2 Shangpin bone level Dan of poor quality. Now, however, he had gotten 2 of them just from meeting Qin Xiang. Our current strength is far from enough to contend with the Danji. Oh, DINSTI, Toot's Elder's Hall, so we have to rope in a few more experts. Don't worry about the divine pills. Qin Xiang said, I am worried about the leader. He is definitely very strong. When the time comes, he will be our greatest threat. That's not it. Leader is still a good person. He had pleaded for us for mercy on our behalf, but he had no choice but to do so on his own. Ting Yong said, Big Brother, you might not understand our leader. You will know once you come in contact with him. Hua Lu quickly nodded his head. Leader had long disliked the inner sect bullying the outer sect, so he had always wanted to change the rules and make the original disciples of the inner sect go hunt for special G. Oh, D-Beastess as well. It's just that it's not easy to achieve. Oh, why? He's a leader. Chen Xiang was a little confused. Isn't he supposed to be the strongest and the most powerful person in the everlasting mountain? Of course not. That depends on the Elder Courtyard and the Danji. Oh, DNSTI, Toot, and also on that group of original disciples. As long as they join forces and do not listen to leader, even the leader would not be able to do anything. You must know that in the inner sect, the strongest is the Danji. Oh, DINSTI, Toot, then the Elder's Courtyard, and finally the group of true disciples. Hua Lang said, Those true disciples are not going to take care of us. We are just the outer sect disciples. No matter what, we are considered the outer sect disciples, and only those local people are considered as the true inner sect disciples. Ting Yong said. Qin Xiang understood and nodded. If that's the case, then if leader wanted to change the rules, then that group of born and bred inner sect disciples would not agree to it. This means that they will be the same as the outer sect disciples and have to hunt special G. OD Beastess every month. It's exactly like this. All these years, we outer sect disciples have never experienced the hards. H.I. Plus PS they have endured, they have even looked down on us, and are even treated coldly by the Danji. Oh, DNSTI toot. For those of us who can enter the outer sect, those who are able to become elders can only become deacons of the outer sect. Jingzai sighed. We have so many outer sect disciples, but many of them died. All of them went to hunt special G. Oh, D-Beastess. Thus our numbers are always that, so this will not threaten the status of inner sect disciples. Qin Xiang thought for a while, then asked, How strong are the people from the Danji? Oh, VSTI, Toot, and the Elder's Courtyard? If we join forces with the outer sect disciples, will we be able to fight against them? Ting Yong and Jing Zai looked at each other as they pondered. It's hard to say, but the difference between us and the inner disciples is that they have no life or death experiences and rarely fight with special G. Oh, beast, but this is normal for us. If we fight, our fighting experience will be much richer, and we can fight with it. And their advantage is that they have a lot of resources, so it's much easier for them to obtain divine pills than it is for us. They don't have to do anything, and can give out more every month than us. Jingzhe said, c. 2255. c. 2255. After Chunxiang understood the situation of the inner sect disciples, he felt that he had a very good chance of breaking through a corner of the everlasting mountain, and that was to take away all the disciples that entered the outer sect grounds. Entering the inner sect from the outer sect was not easy. As long as a disciple could enter, they would be very outstanding. They had experienced hundreds of battles and lived their lives on the blade every day. They could be said to be very outstanding warg. Oh, DS. Chunxiang had interacted with Fengwu before, so he understood him better. Among the outer sect disciples, there are two who are stronger, but we are not familiar with them, so we still understand them a little. Among the outer sect disciples, there are two who are stronger than the outer sect disciples, but we are not familiar with them. Tingyong said, they must also be suffering from the anger of the Danji. Oh, Dinsti, toot, so we can try to rope them in. Chinxiang said, my goal is to gather all of the disciples that come in from the outer sect together. It's just that I need to come in secret, and I must not let the inner sect find out. If we can do this, we will have the chance to occupy the entire everlasting mountain in the future. Tingyong and Jingzhe both took in a breath of cold air. Chunxiang's ambition was actually so huge, he wanted to swallow everlasting mountain whole. Chunxiang took out 2 more Shangping bone-level DNS and gave them to Tingyong and Jingzhe respectively, then said, you two go and rope in those 2 relatively strong outer sect disciples. The first step is to first gather all of the strongest outer sect disciples, and then let you 2 go and rope in the other inner sect disciples. In the rankings of the strength of true disciples, there are 4 that belong to the outer sect. If we can win over all of them, hee. Hua Lang smiled and said, big brother, when the time comes, our outer sect will be a powerful force. Since the leader belongs to the 100G, DS level and the 9 bones, then what is he trying to close up for? Didn't we reach the limit? Chinxiang asked. It's hard to say if this is the limit, but it's possible that no one has ever stepped over it before, so that's the limit. Right now, all the big shots of the various powers are trying to think of ways to break this limit. Jingzhe said, according to what I know, there are people with 100G, DS level and 9 bones in the Danji. Dinsti, Toot and the Clan of Elders. And right now, I am only at the 100G. DS level and 4 divine deity. Tingyong was shocked. You actually have 4 bones? I still have 3 bones S right now. To many successor disciples, 3 bones was their limit. When Tingyong found out that Jingzhe possessed 4 bones, a surge of force rushed up his heart, wanting to level up as well. What will happen after I break through the 100G? DS levels 9 bones. Star Law Divine Realm is so big. Could it be that no one else has broken through? Chunxiang was very curious about this. There is something in the legends. Jingzhe suddenly became serious. It's actually the old patriarchs of the undead divine race and divine dragon race. It is said that they all broke through this limit and then disappeared. That's why the other big shots of the Heaven Stage Stars S are targeting these G. D-Race wanting to find a way to break through from their bodies. When Yu Er heard this, she was extremely shocked. She also felt that this was possible. It had been a long time since she had returned to the Star Law Divine Realm. I want to go into seclusion for a month to concoct pills. Chunxiang took out a few pieces of paper and gave them to Tingyong, Jingzhe, and Hua Huang respectively and said, these are the divine medicines for refining bone-level Dan. If you meet them, try your best to buy them back for me. I will help you refine them. They should be of high quality and not be of low or middle quality. There were designs on all the papers so they could be identified with a glance. Tung Yong and the others were looking carefully. These were the divine medicines to refine bone-level Dan. Back then, a fellow with over a dozen divine deity bought a lot of these divine medicines. Afterwards, he was captured by the law enforcers, so you guys have to be careful. These divine medicines are definitely easy to buy. If not, that guy would not have bought a large pile and eaten 3 bones. Qin Xiang was talking about Yang Tianyi, and when he thought about this matter, he couldn't help but admire him. All right, we'll be going now. We'll come back to look for eldest brother in a month. Ting Yong said. Since he knew what kind of divine medicine it was, he only needed to buy it for Qin Xiang to refine. Qin Xiang did this to ease the pressure of the divine medicine. The purple pearls that he condensed was simply a waste of money. After Ting Yong and the others left, Qin Xiang ran into his room and prepared to begin his own cultivation. Qin Xiang, you have to become stronger quickly. Bring me to Cat Race and them. Yueter said, when you cultivate to the 100G, DS level and use Heavenly Magic Sword, you basically aren't afraid of anyone. I will do that right now. High-grade 9 Yin and Yangdan are no longer enough to satisfy me, so I want to refine high-grade 9 Yin and Yangdan. Qin Xiang said. The purple pearls that he condensed from the alive slain method could at most be raised to the level of Shangpi medicine. They were unable to be ranked at all, but 6 realms Go Decup could. He took out the 2 divine medicines that the 9 Yin and Yangdan had said he needed, placed them within the 6 realms Go Decup, and then took out the 6 realms Mirror's cooperation. 9 Yin and Yangdan only wanted 2 divine medicines, and there were a lot of these 2 divine medicines here as well. The alchemists here did not even know that these were treasures, and only thought that they would explode. 2 hours said, and Qin Xiang took out the merciful divine fruit and the 3 disasters destroy flower. It's not enough yet. I'm just a bit away from it. Qin Xiang quickly took the 2 divine medicines. After another 2 hours, he took out the 3 disasters destroy, flower, and merciful fruit. It's a success. Qin Xiang said excitedly. It's a pity that I don't have enough purple pearls now. Otherwise, I would have copied a huge pile. If only Meng Er and the others are here. All of their divine deities are far superior to mine in terms of using the alive slain method. Qin Xiang spent one day to make 6 sets of this divine medicine through the 6 realms Decup. This 9 Yin and Yangdan can only produce 1 pill. It can't break through at all. Qin Xiang had tried before, but none of them succeeded. Enough! The effects of the 9 Yin and Yangdan are so scary. Giving out 1 pill is enough. Yueter said, if it's of low quality, you should be able to condense your divine deity very quickly. And it is definitely better than an upper-level 9 Yin and Yangdan. Qin Xiang said, I will first test out how good the quality of the medicine is, and if it is not enough, I will refine a king grade later. This is also to prepare for the refining of 3 Lotus Dan. Ever since Qin Xiang used 780 pills to buy the Qingxin spiritual lotus, the Danji, Dynasty, Toot had been restless all day, because such a mysterious and powerful pill D suddenly appeared in the WHNG ancient heavenly star and was not under the control of the everlasting mountain. This made them extremely terrified. If the pill D had refined other pills, that would be fine, but the pill he refined was actually the bone-level Dan. This was a divine pellet that could endanger the very foundation of Danji, Dynasty Toot. Because of this, Danji, Dynasty Toot and the Elder Courtyard joined forces. They had the Elder Courtyard send people to investigate this matter. They wanted to know where the mysterious pill D was. C. 2256. C. 2256. Qin Xiang's progress in refining the high-grade 9 Yin and Yangdan was extremely smooth. He had previously refined a few high-grade furnaces, so he was extremely familiar with the 9 Yin and Yangdan. He had to admit that the biggest difference between high-grade 9 Yin and Yangdan and high-grade 9 Yin and Yangdan was that they were more powerful than each other. Just fusing them took him half a day, and previously he did not need that much time to refine high-grade 9 Yin and Yangdan All right. Qin Xiang was already sweating profusely. He had already successfully refined a high-quality 9 yin and yang dan. But what was inconceivable was that even though he had refined a type in dan before, he did not feel any difficulty. He suspected that it was because he had refined too many difficult shangpin dan before, and when he reached high quality, he did not feel any difficulty at all. If he was trying to refine a divine pill with the characteristics of a type in dan, it would be rather difficult. Strange. Why isn't there a pill tribulation? When you succeeded before, there was always a pill tribulation. But this time, there was no pill tribulation. You err, exclaimed, after Qin Xiang took out the 9 yin and yang dan s from the furnace. He had been waiting for the pill tribulation to come. What's going on? Just when Qin Xiang found it hard to understand, the 9 yin and yang dan he was holding began to tremble. The inner part of the 9 yin and yang dan seemed to contain a shocking power that caused the divine pellet to release such a strong vibration. The yin-yang twin fish pattern on top of the 9 yin and yang dan seemed to be spinning at top speed as it emitted a black and white light. What happened to this pill? Qin Xiang was finally unable to control the 9 yin and yang dan. After the divine pellet flew out of his hand, it floated in the air, swaying left and right. Pill tribulation has arrived. It's just that this pill tribulation is different from the previous high-grade pill tribulation. When Qin Xiang saw the reaction of this divine pill, he immediately understood. The pill calamity of a tier 2 9 yin and yang dan came from the inside, unlike the red lightning that suddenly appeared when it was in the upper tier. After the strange pill calamity, the 9 yin and yang dan calmed down and landed on Qin Xiang's palm. This also caused Qin Xiang to heave a sigh of relief. It's not difficult to refine a high, grade 9 yin and yang dan. It's just that I don't know how effective it is. After Qin Xiang ate it, his body quickly went through all sorts of changes, starting from the 9. Very quickly, it had reached the final stage of transformation, and the power had also H-I plus feeded from the physical body to the divine sense C. The medicinal strength has become much stronger, and it's still quite useful. Based on the current situation, I'll need to eat at least 109 yin and yang dan before being able to condense one divine deity and one divine soul. This speed is not slow either. Qin Xiang was fairly satisfied with the high-quality 9 yin and yang dan. Eating 100 of them was enough to help him condense the 91st divine deity. It was already very fast. At this level, most people would need tens of thousands of years to condense just one divine deity. The high-quality 9 yin and yang dan can succeed, but we don't have the time to refine it yet. The most important thing right now is to refine some low-quality shangpin bone level dan, or even some high-quality 9 yin and yang dan. Now that Qin Xiang wanted to cultivate bones, it would only be difficult to satisfy him with high-quality food. Right now, he not only wanted to improve his own strength, he also wanted to help Ting Yong and the others improve. Otherwise, if there were to be a conflict, he would definitely be unable to defeat the Danji Dynasty Toot and the Elders Hall. If the Danji Dynasty Toot and the Elders found out that he was secretly coordinating with the outer sect disciples, as long as they sensed any threat, they would definitely join hands and annihilate them. I should be able to refine quite a few shangpin bone level dan in a month's time. As long as I refine a bone level dan, I can recruit an outer disciple. It's quite easy. Qin Xiang was secretly delighted in his heart. Although bone level dan s were precious, there were divine pellets that were easier to refine, especially middle and lower quality ones. Yuer said, I need at least 100 shangpin bone level dan by my side, and the middle tier ones need at least 300 to 400. Danji, Dinsti, Toot is definitely not as generous as you are because they're already used to using bone level dan to control outer disciples to do things. Even if they could easily get their hands on bone level dan, they would not give it away so casually. Qin Xiang began to circulate the alive slain method to condense the purple pearl in order to replicate the high-grade divine medicine. Danji, Dinsti, Toot knows that there aren't many pill G, DS that can refine bone-level Dan. They are worried that the bone-level Dan's recipe will be leaked, so they won't spread the recipe to too many people. They will only let a few core disciples know. Adding on to their lack of pills, the need for bone-level Dan in Everlasting Mountain was so much that their bone-level Dan was probably very nervous as well. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed sinisterly. Wait until Ting Yong and the others return. We can discuss with them about whether or not we should spread the bone-level Dan's pill formulas. I agree. Star Law Divine Realm's big shots are too disgusting. We have to teach them a lesson. Yuer hated these big powers. They were the ones who destroyed Undead Divine Race, and now both Star Moon Divine Race and Star Moon Divine Race are implicated. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Adding the pellets he had refined before, Qin Xiang now had 90 Shangping bone-level DNS, while the middle-ranked one had 200. Although he did not reach his initial goal, it was still enough for now. Just as Qin Xiang came out of his room, he saw that Tang Yong and Jing Zhe were both here. Feng Wu had also returned, but he did not see Hua Lang. Where's Erlang? Why is he not here? Qin Xiang laughed. This boy suffered a serious injury after taking the true disciple exam. He's still lying down. Ting Yong laughed. The assessment of successor disciples? So did he pass? Asked. He also wanted to become a successor disciple now, and only then would he be able to obtain a higher position. Of course she said. Now Feng Wu has started too. What about you, brother? If I were to become a true disciple, it would be better than now. At least I won't have to hunt special D beasts every month. Jing Zhe asked. Feng Wu laughed. I have already said the second trial. As long as I can the third trial, I would be a successor disciple, and at that time even the Feng clan would not be able to do anything to me. All right, I'll take the examination as well. What are the requirements? Qin Xiang thought about it and made his decision. In 10 more days, it will be the registration day. The registration day will only be 3 days at the beginning of the month. The registration day must be completed within the end of the month. The first trial was to kill a king-level special D-beast. It was relatively simple. The second trial was to give 10 shopping bone-level Dan to the Dan G. It was as easy as pie for the big brother. The third stage is more difficult. It is the Elder's Hall to select a successor disciple to compete with you. You have to win in order to pass. Otherwise all of your previous efforts would have been for naught. Ting Yong said, C. 2257. C. 2257. The first 2 trials can be considered normal, but the second trial usually requires 10 shopping bone-level Dan-S to be given to Danji. Qin Xiang said as he frowned. If we don't give them to the shopping bone-level Dan, they have to give us 10 billion. There's no other way who asked the Danji, DINSTI, to be so powerful. This rule means that he wants to and ATC, either the bone-level Dan or the Shen Yuan stone. If you do not do as he says, then you can forget about taking the examination. Jing Zhe's face was also filled with indignation. If I fail in the third stage, wouldn't I have to start from the beginning again? Kill King level special D-beast and give the Danji, DINSTI, to another item? Qin Xiang looked at Feng Wu and asked, Feng Wu, are you prepared for the third stage? Are you confident? If we lose, we would have to start from the beginning, and that would benefit the Danji, DINSTI. Of course I'm confident. Feng Wu laughed. I have 4 divine deity already. So fast. It's only been a month. Qin Xiang said in shock. There's nothing we can do. When we're lucky, we can't stop. Feng Wu laughed very happily. I only have 3 as well. Ting Yong curled his lips and said, Big brother, look at the divine medicine we bought, right? Ting Yong and Jing Zhe said Qin Xiang a storage bag. Qin Xiang received it, looked at it, and laughed. Right, these are all the divine medicines that the Shangping bone-level Dan needs. Qin Xiang saw that all the divine medicines were already split into groups of 30. If they were all refined into pills, that would not be a small amount. How many Shen Yuan stone S are there? Qinxiang asked. We bought all of these by ourselves. Adding them up, it was worth 5 billion Shen Yuan stone. It's really cheap, said. Both he and Jing Zhe were very excited. If they could concoct divine pellets, even if they failed, there would be 20 of them. To them, 20 Shangping bone level Dan S was an extremely large number. If they had been able to get it before, they would have had to spend at least 10,000 years to get it, and this was only when the old pill DS were in a good mood. If they wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have had to sell themselves for even longer. All right, didn't you say that you would go find the 2 stronger true disciples? What's their attitude? Qinxiang asked. They were all sent by the Danji, INSTI, to do some work and have not returned yet. However, they have already promised me that when they return, they will agree to discuss the matter of the outer sect disciples' unity with us. Tingyong said. Qinxiang nodded his head. I will help you all refine these divine medicines into divine pellets. If possible, help me collect some of the Zhongping bone level Dan's divine pellets, because this is what is needed the most right now. Tingyong and Jing Zhe both nodded. Although they had used up a lot of the Shen Yuan stone's divine medicine to purchase those Shangping bone level Dan, they had earned 20 of them, just like that. Feng Wu, you will be competing with a successor disciple next, right? When that time comes, I might not be able to spectate anymore. You must work hard and not lose to those inner sect disciples. Qinxiang patted her shoulder as he encouraged her. That's for sure. I will definitely win when the time comes. Hualing, this brat has already Pa-S said, so I must Pa-S as well. Feng Wu laughed. Otherwise, I would be laughed at by him. These are some high-quality healing medicine. It's just powder, but it has good effects. Give it to Hualing to try. It should have some effects. Qinxiang handed over a box of medicinal powder to Tingyong. Good. Brother, how long will you need to concoct the pill this time? If you want to quickly become a true disciple, you need to pay attention to the new month. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for it to Pa-SS, Tingyong asked. I'll be out in 10 days. After Qinxiang finished speaking, he anxiously entered the room. To him, refining these 30 batches of Shangping bone level Dan did not even need 10 days. If you can produce 6 pills in a single furnace, these 30 pills will be 180 pills. Do you want to give them all of them? They definitely think that you can only refine more than 20 pills. Yu Er asked with a smile. Give all of them. They have already called me Big Brother. How can I deceive them? Qinxiang laughed. Only by doing this can we gather them, allowing them to become more ambitious and to become stronger. After all, they are all people who have cultivated to the 100G DS level. Qinxiang was currently refining Shangping Dan very easily because he was using Chuang's HI plus G D furnace S to refine. When this Chuang's HI plus G D furnace was used to fight, it could release very terrifying flames, but when used to refine pills, especially when using original source refining, it could quickly refine out spirit blood S that were using divine medicine. After the fusion between the Chuang's HI plus G D furnace and Qinxiang, it could adjust the various functions of the flame according to Qinxiang's will. If it was used for battle, the flame would be very strong. In just 3 days, Qinxiang had refined all 30 sets of divine medicines, and everything went extremely smoothly. He needed to cultivate his divine deity now. Previously, he had told the 5 beast statue in the second divine sense, that as long as he could cultivate the 100G DS level in bones to the great perfection stage, the second divine sense would appear. Right now, he was very curious about the second divine sense. He really wanted to see how strong the second divine sense would be once he came out. 10 days Pa-S said quickly. Tingyong and Jing Zhe had long since returned. When they were in and out, they had disguised themselves, and no one would be able to see through them. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicions of others, and they were two of the more powerful outer sect disciples. Chun Xiang took a comfortable bath in his room before coming out. This time he saw Hualeng, who looked pretty good with a purple jade pendant by his waist. This was the symbol of a successor disciple. "Ah, Leng, not bad." Chun Xiang laughed, then looked towards Feng Wu, who was seated beside her, but she did not have a purple jade pendant around her waist. "Feng Wu, can't you pa SS?" Chun Xiang frowned, but he did not look like one, because Feng Wu was also full of smiles. "Who said that?" "I successfully pa said. I can say that my luck is pretty good. The guy that was selected to fight me was relatively weak, so I quickly took care of him." Chun Xiang nodded. "That's good." Then he took out a relatively large jade box and handed it over to Jing Zhe. This was a Shangpin bone level Dan, and both Jing Zhe and Jing Zhe were very nervous at the moment. This was the first time they had asked the Pill D to refine a divine pellet for them, and it was a high-grade bone level Dan as well. They didn't know how many of them. Jing Zhe took it and opened it. The medicinal fragrance that instantly gushed out from the jade box stunned both him and Ting Yong. Even Feng Wu was surprised because this medicinal fragrance was simply too dense, and it was the medicinal fragrance of a bone level Dan. See 2258. See 2258 to be able to create such an effect. It meant that there were a lot of bone level Dan in the jade box. Hualeng and Feng Wu immediately stood up and walked over. "Big brother, did you give it to the wrong person?" Ting Yong took a deep breath and said, both he and Jing Zhe believed that Chun Xiang gave them the wrong jade box, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Chun Xiang actually had so many Shangpin bone level Dan. If Chun Xiang had a strong backer and was not afraid of the Danji, Dynasty, Toot, and the Elders' Hall, just with these Shangpin bone level Dan, he would definitely be able to dig a corner of the everlasting mountain. I didn't take the wrong one. This is what you made with those divine medicines. Chun Xiang smiled faintly. I am different from other pill GODs. When I am refining pills, I always pursue to the limit. In the hands of other pill DS, there might only be 1 or 2 pills, but in my hands I can refine 6. Tung Yong, Hualeng, and the others were all speechless. The Shangpin bone level Dan S could actually refine 6 pills in a single furnace? In their opinion, this was heaven-defying. Chun Xiang did not secretly take away a portion of the bone level Dan, but gave them all of them. They felt that even if Chun Xiang gave them 2 pellets each time, they would definitely be happy to death. So they would not doubt him. This made them even more certain that Chun Xiang was their big brother. Thank you, big brother. Ting Yong and Jing Zhe said in a very touched manner, because they would no longer have to suffer the wrath of the Danjiao, Toot, and would no longer need to be manipulated by him. I really want to smash Danji, Dynasty, Toot into pieces right now. Ting Yong clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited, and suddenly wanted to do something more violent to vent the joy in his heart. Big bro, if I find some divine medicine, will you help me refine it? Hualeng quickly asked, while at the same time, Ting Yong took a handful of Shangpin bone level danas from the jade box and shoved them into Hualeng's hands. Of course. Chun Xiang laughed out loud. At this time, Ting Yong grabbed another handful of bone level Dan and gave it to Feng Wu. Zhe. You have been here for so many years. You should have a way to secretly sell these supreme Dan beads at a good price, right? All of you need a large number of Xinyuan Stone S now, and then you can go through all the great Earth Stage Stars S and purchase a large amount of middle and low rank 3rd grade bone level Dan's divine medicine. Chun Xiang said, when we have enough bone level Dan and sufficient strength, we will establish our sect. When Tung Yong and the rest heard Chun Xiang's words, they became extremely ambitious. If Chun Xiang were to establish his own sect, then they would definitely be powerful elders. Although they had decent strength within the everlasting mountain, they had never been valued as such. Only Chun Xiang valued them as much. Let's go and do it now. These Shangping bone level Dan can be exchanged for many of our own. At that time, we will dominate the entire star law divine realm. Ting Yong said excitedly. Chun Xiang smiled and nodded. I will first take the assessment to become a successor disciple. I would like to see how strong the inner sect disciples are. Hua Lang and I have just become true disciples, and there are already a lot of small things mocking and ridiculing us, and they seem to be very unconvinced. Those small trash who are born in the inner court at a young age enjoy such abundant resources, and normally don't need to go all out to hunt special G. Oh, D beastes, but none of them can pass SEA assessment of a true disciple, so they still have the face to say we. That's right, especially after knowing that I just entered the inner sect, and I've already become a true disciple. They are even more jealous. They are just a bunch of useless people. If I was like them, I would have already committed suicide long ago. Although she and Hua Lang had become true disciples, many inner disciples still look down upon them. These guys will know how strong we are sooner or later. We'll let them see how small they are, so we'll let them jump for a while. Chun Xiang smiled faintly. Now we will continue to secretly rope in the disciples who enter the outer sect, so that they can quickly cultivate and produce more bones. If I were an ordinary outer disciple, then let me come. A true disciple will be depending on Brother Yong and the others. Hua Lang said, I will join as well. I am now a successor disciple after all. Usually we just have to help those outer disciples who just came in, and we will be able to gain their goodwill. We can also talk to them and easily win them over. Feng Wu had been working in the outer sect for a long time, so he was quite familiar with these methods. You guys give me some of the weaker shopping bone level Dan. The ones I refine are all not bad. I can't bear to give them to Danji. Oh, dynasty toot. Qin Xiang said. Jing Zhe immediately took out over 10 pellets and gave them to Qin Xiang, because sometimes when buying relatively rare and precious things, one would need to use a bone level Dan for a trade. After that, Hua Lang told Chen Xiang the steps of the true disciple exam. It was the beginning of the month, and there were many disciples taking the exam, but most of them were inner court disciples. Chun Xiang arrived at the great hall of the elders' courtyard at the top of the mountain and saw dozens of young men and women chatting. When they saw Chun Xiang arriving, they immediately quietened down and looked at him with disdain. The only difference was that the clothes he was wearing right now were all given to him by the everlasting mountainess. The workman's HI+P was a little rough, and the clothes worn by these inner disciples were all made of relatively better materials. Why are there so many outer sect disciples taking the A assessment? Could it be that this fellow thinks that he is lucky as well? A man laughed softly. 2 guys pa S said just ahead of us. They're really lucky. The next batch of outer court disciples will be taking the exam one after another. They're all here to try their luck. A tall girl crossed her arms across her chest and swept her gaze across Chen Xiang. She realized that Chen Xiang was rather good-looking and also had a very temperament, different from most of the outer sect disciples she had met, especially when Chen Xiang had released that faint aura of power, causing the woman to not be able to laugh. After all, Chen Xiang was someone who had experienced many hards. HI+PS. The most important thing was that he possessed absolute power. After killing Divine Lord, he would naturally not be angered by the little imps here. Right now, he was looking at the inner sect disciples as if they were ants. When did you enter the inner sect? Why haven't I seen you before? The tall and beautiful woman walked up and asked. It's been over a month. I'm usually down there. Chan Xiang answered honestly, but did not look at her, but looked at the table in front of the hall. When the time comes, an old man would come to register. This guy really deserves a beating. I'll go over and teach him a lesson. A man walked over. Because they had to wait a while, they didn't start registering. Right now, they were all looking for some fun. C. 2259. C. 2259 Qin Xiang had long known that the inner sect disciples loved to bully the outer sect examination disciples the most, but he never expected that they were this rampant. Chen Xiang secretly clenched his fists. After the man who wanted to teach him a lesson came over, a few more men ran over with a laugh. With a glance, Chen Xiang could tell that they were in the same group, and they were right behind Chen Xiang. Suddenly, one of the men patted on Chen Xiang's head. His strength was not great, just a light pat. Chen Xiang immediately turned around and stared at one of the men. The man held a folding fan, and upon seeing Chen Xiang turning around, he retracted his smile and scolded. "What are you looking at? Do you think I hit you? You don't have eyes on the back of your head. How do you know that it was me?" Chen Xiang's face was extremely gloomy. His tightly clenched fists were releasing creaking sounds. At his level, even if one did not have eyes in the back of the head, they would still be able to clearly see who hit him. Calm down, calm down. I want to take the exam." Chen Xiang's tightly clenched fists loosened up a bit. He told himself that he shouldn't bother with these people for now. He still had to stay in the everlasting mountain and secretly gather his forces. Just as Chen Xiang was telling himself to calm down, suddenly, a few disciples came to his back, laughing merrily. Chen Xiang knew what they were going to do, so he just stood there. Sure enough, another person slapped his head, and after that, they started laughing loudly again. There were few men behind Chen Xiang right now. All of them came here to tease him. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Before he came here, he never would have thought that these inner disciples would be so rampant when bullying the outer disciples. Endure it. Chen Xiang turned around and looked at the man who hit the back of his head. He wanted to recognize the two people who patted his head from behind. But at this moment, he saw an old man walking over, who should be the elder in charge of the A assessment. Seeing that the clan elders had arrived, Chen Xiang's anger had dissipated by a lot, because the clan elders had all seen of this area, so the inner disciples would definitely be more restrained. Chen Xiang wanted to walk over, but he did not expect to be stopped by these men. What made Chen Xiang's heart surge with anger was that the elder pretended not to see, ignoring him as he busied himself with registering himself as a disciple for the successor disciple assessment. Suddenly, a man kicked Chen Xiang's Titi. He used a lot of strength, causing Chen Xiang to almost fall forward. "Huh. This guy is standing very steadily. He didn't even kick him down." A man laughed out loud, as though they were always teasing outer sect disciples, and when the gathered disciples saw Chen Xiang being kicked, they also laughed out loud. Chen Xiang straightened his body, and for some reason, the anger that had originally surged in his heart had already disappeared. This was because this anger had already turned into power and had fused into his body. Seeing Chen Xiang being so calm, the disciples all thought that he was just enduring. Chen Xiang walked forward a few steps and arrived in front of the man who slapped the back of his head. This man also intentionally stuck out his chest to block him. "You were the one that hit me from behind, right?" Chen Xiang asked indifferently. So what if I hit you? If you have the guts, then come back." The man laughed. Come, my head is right here. Beat it, quickly beat it. Do those idiots who come in from the outer sect really think they are invincible?" This man would probably stoop down, bring his head in front of Chen Xiang, and also point at his own head, allowing Chen Xiang to hit him. Chen Xiang raised his hand and slapped his palm. Boom! A deafening sound rang, and those disciples who were originally mocking Chen Xiang were now all dumbstruck. Chen Xiang had really hit him, and had even smacked that man's head into a cloud of smoke. Everyone found it hard to believe what they had seen with their own eyes. An outer disciple had killed an inner disciple with a single palm strike. Chen Xiang was very calm. With a teleportation, he arrived behind the other man who slapped his head just now. His palm was like lightning, fiercely SMAs. Plussing over, and with another series of explosions, the man's head exploded in a row like that of Chen Xiang, scattering in all directions. This, he's killing someone. One of the disciples reacted and shouted, "The outer sect disciples are killing people." Chen Xiang immediately teleported to the back of the man who kicked him earlier. Raising his palm that was ignited in flames, he jumped up high, his palm striking downwards, transforming into a gigantic flaming palm. SMAs. H-I plus ing onto the man's body, miserable wails sounded out like a pig being slaughtered. In the blink of an eye, the man was smashed into a pile of black ash by Qin Xiang's palm. Qin Xiang consecutively killed 3 people, and all of them were killed in an extremely short period of time. What caused these inner sect disciples to be alarmed was, although Qin Xiang had killed 80 divine deity and 3 bones, they were all unable to withstand a single blow and were all directly killed. Even though these inner sect disciples were usually arrogant, they were not stupid at the critical moment. If they could kill 3 inner sect disciples who were not weak in 3 moves, even if they surrounded and attacked, their fates would still be the same, so they immediately spread out, far away from Qin Xiang. It was only now that they suddenly recalled that the outer sect disciples were not weak. Normally, the outer sect disciples would only be restricted by the Danji, audienced. 1, 2 deaths, so they were always left to their own devices, because there had never been an outer sect disciple like Qin Xiang who had fought so hard and killed people directly. This caused many inner sect disciples to be terrified, and at the same time they were secretly glad that they did not bully Qin Xiang earlier. Otherwise, their heads would have been smashed. Of course, that elder had seen all of this. He was also stunned for a long time before he finally reacted. At this time, he hurriedly rushed over. "Look at what you've done. Do you know what you've just done?" The elder had already taken out a long sword and roared at Qin Xiang, but he did not dare act recklessly, as there were many outer sect disciples that were stronger than him. "Of course I know what I'm doing. I just got rid of the 3 pieces of trash. This way, our everlasting mountain wouldn't have to provide them with resources in the future, and then we would all be able to get more resources." Qin Xiang was actually smiling. With a smile on his face, Qin Xiang walked over and stabbed the sword into his throat. He laughed. "Clan Elder, do you think that I am more useful?" All of the disciples felt chills down their spines. After killing 3 people, the elder had already taken out his sword, but Qin Xiang was still laughing and joking. He did not seem to care about what had just happened at all. "See, 2260. See, 2260. If you think they're more useful, just stab me to death." Qin Xiang laughed. "Of course, now that they are all dead, they are definitely useless." What are you trying to do?" The elder's sword was actually trembling. He was actually afraid of Qin Xiang. "I just want to take the assessment to become a true disciple." Qin Xiang replied seriously. He was an old fellow who had lived for many years, so he naturally knew how dangerous the person in front of him was. In the inner sect of the Everlasting Mountain, in front of the elders and many disciples, after killing 3 people in a row, he was still chatting and laughing with Qin Xiang. "Elder, among those who died just now, there was the grandson of the great elder. We have already informed the elder hall. Do not let him go." Just as he finished speaking, that elder had already fiercely thrusted his sword towards Qin Xiang's throat. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiang had suddenly grabbed hold of the long sword, and then broke it with great force by Qin Xiang. "I didn't want to kill you." After the meteor immortal power rushed out, it pierced through the elder's body and blasted him away. Boom! "Hurry up!" No one knew who shouted, but after that, the disciples scattered in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, all of them disappeared. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. There were some things that he couldn't control himself either. He had originally planned to stay in the Everlasting Mountain for a while longer, lurk here, and rope in more outer sect disciples. Of course, if he endured it just now, then it would be over. But he had endured it twice already, so it was impossible for him to endure it a 3rd time. For him, it would at most be a new plan. He had already gotten the Qingxin spiritual lotus, and even if he could rope in Tangyong and Jingzhe, the 2 relatively powerful true disciples, with them in charge, his plan would still work. This aura, so powerful. Qin Xiang was surprised. Could it be the great clan elder from the clan elder's hall? It should be the experts at the peak of these powers are all extremely terrifying and are not something that the divine nations S can compare to. Even the Blackstone divine venerable S are weaker than them. Yue replied, otherwise the entire undead divine race would not have been annihilated. I always thought that they had the same strength as the divine lord. Qunxiang frowned. Logically speaking, those divine lords should also be at the peak. Their strength should not be too far off. There's still some difference. Those divine Lord S might only have 7 or 8 bones, or even less, but the strong experts at the peak of this place all condense their 9 bones. Furthermore, they have been stuck at this stage for many years, refining their divine power and making it stronger. Yue urged him, let's go first. When you reach the peak of your cultivation, you will have sufficient strength to fight them. Right now, you are only a powerhouse at the peak of your strength. If there are 2 or 3 more of you, you will be in trouble. Qunxiang immediately teleported out of the cave and returned to the cave. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly saw Qunxiang here and was very surprised. Feng Wu, you can't stay here anymore. Come with me. Qunxiang walked over, held her arm, and at the same time took out the communication jade symbol paper, Pa-S, sing a message to Hualang and told her what he had done. Feng Wu had felt the chi of a rancor just now, and she was very curious about what had happened. She really wanted to go up and take a look, who knew that Qunxiang would suddenly appear, and without waiting for her to ask, Qunxiang had already brought her and teleported away from Everlasting Mountain. That's about it. After Qunxiang brought Feng Wu away, he told him everything simply because Feng Wu was in the same cave as him. If they were to investigate, Feng Wu would definitely cause a lot of trouble. You really killed an elder and 3 disciples? When Feng Wu heard this, he couldn't believe that Qunxiang had actually made his move and was even killing an elder. That's right. Qunxiang nodded his head. There's no other way. I have already given them a chance. Feng Wu took a deep breath, then patted Qunxiang's shoulders. Good job. Those fellows are courting death. They deserved it. The last time I went to take the examination, I was almost tricked by them. However, Sai, the true disciple that I have just tested, is already useless like this. Thinking that Qunxiang was a powerful pill god, Feng Wu felt that there was no use in becoming a successor disciple, and furthermore, she was an outer sect disciple, so she would still be looked down upon. I had originally planned to secretly establish a force in the Everlasting Mountain and occupy it. Now it's no longer feasible. Qunxiang said, the plan will have to be changed. It can only be established in the outer sect, but it will have to wait until Tengyong and Jingzhe buy a large amount of mystical pills. It was enough to have bone-level Dan. Here, the resources were richer, and there were more other divine pills. Moreover, they were not as expensive as the bone-level Dan. Only the bone-level Dan were controlled by the big powers, so the price was very high and the quant. Was very rare. Hualang was still near the Everlasting Mountain. Upon receiving Qunxiang's message, he immediately returned to the Everlasting Mountain to confirm what Qunxiang had said. He could not believe that Qunxiang had done such a thing. After confirming it, he secretly admired Qunxiang in his heart, and he actually did what many outer sect disciples had wanted to do for many years. Big brother, they are all looking for you now. They already know your name. Hualang returned to his own cave abode and transmitted a message to Qunxiang. Then, do they know that I have come into contact with you, Tingyong? Qunxiang asked. Feng Nan, Yi told the great elder about Tengyong in your cave. He also knew that Feng Wu was in the same cave as you, and he even found out that you and Feng Wu had hunted armored crocodile before. Hualang said, I'll immediately tell Brother Yong about this, and tell him not to come back. What about you? Qunxiang was still a little worried about Hualang. Since Hualang was in his cave and out often, he must have been seen by someone. Don't worry about me. I come to visit often. This is something many people know. Hua Lu smiled and said, Just now they asked me about your matters. I made up some nonsense and gave it to them. I want to stay here and help Big Brother rope in the outer disciples. All right, but you have to be careful as well. Chun Xiang said, we will arrange to meet at a place. I will give you some Zhongpin bone level danes so that it will be easier for you to rope us in. Chun Xiang waited for half a day after meeting Hua Lang in Song Cloud City, and when it was finally Hua Lang's turn, he was even worried that Hua Lang had been captured. 50 Zhongpin bone level dan pills. This should be enough for you to use for a period of time to rope me in. When that happens, you can let Ayong and Jing Zhe find a place to stay at Song Cloud City, and I will come back here. Chun Xiang said, C. 2261. C. 2261. MN, don't worry, Big Brother. I will definitely recruit a disciple that Big Brother will be satisfied with. Hua Lu started to admire Chun Xiang even more. When he returned to the inner sect, he heard the description of Chun Xiang's murder from the disciples present. After Hua Lu left, Feng Wu asked, where are we going next? Feng Clan. Chun Xiang said, the Feng Clan has Bishing Immortal Lotus. It is a divine medicine used to refine 3 lotus dan. I must obtain it. So right now, I will first go to the Feng Clan and then sell it. Feng Wu, don't worry. With me by your side, you don't have to worry about being forced by the Feng Clan to marry others. Chun Xiang smiled at Feng Wu. I believe you. Feng Wu smiled and nodded. Not only was Chun Xiang's pill refining powerful, his strength was also terrifyingly strong. She had already known when she saw Chun Xiang killing the armored crocodile and Great Heaven School's Yuzhen. Chun Xiang was asking Feng Wu to bring him to the Feng Clan. The city where the Feng Clan is located is called Wind City. It is also a relatively large and famous city. All the large cities use the transmission array that leads to the Wind City. Feng Wu said as he brought Chun Xiang to Transmitting Square. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiang and Chun Xiang had already arrived at the Wind City, which was very far away from the Song Cloud City. Chun Xiang, how do you plan to buy Bishing Immortal Lotus from Feng Clan? Feng Wu asked. If you use a lot of shopping bone level dan, will that work? Chun Xiang had used many shopping bone level dan to buy the Qingxin spiritual lotus before. It should be possible. We'll know when we talk to them. Feng Wu said, Feng Clan is also lacking shopping bone level dan. If you offer a high enough price, they will definitely give it to you. At this time, Feng Wu had changed her appearance and was not worried about being discovered by the Feng Clan. She brought Chun Xiang quickly to walk on the streets and arrived at AW and shop in the Feng Clan. This is the biggest AW and shop in Feng Clan. You can even AW, NGO, delay pellets here. Many small and medium-sized sects do this. Big powers would not say anything. Feng Wu said to Chun Xiang, the shopkeeper of this AW shop has more power. If you can meet him, then you can hope to talk about the Bishing Immortal Lotus with the Feng Clan. Chun Xiang nodded his head and then entered the AW shop with Feng Wu. There were a lot of people inside, all of them lined up to purchase items in exchange for Xin Yuan stones. After entering, Feng Wu pointed in a direction. There was a door there, and outside the door, there were 2 people guarding it. This door is specially used to receive distinguished guests. Go straight ahead and take out something that shows your esteemed status. Feng Wu sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then walked over. The guard immediately stopped him, and just as he was about to speak, Chun Xiang took out a small box. The 2 guards recognized the shopping bone level dan and immediately opened the door for Chun Xiang. After entering, Chun Xiang and Feng Wu were led to a private room by a lady. Our manager is currently talking with other important guests. He will be here soon, so please wait patiently. The woman smiled sweetly and left the room. Chun Xiang and Feng Wu waited for less than an hour before the shopkeeper entered the secret room. It could be seen that he was really busy and had received a lot of important guests. The shopkeeper was middle-aged, and upon entering he said with a smile, "Friend, when you first came in, you revealed dozens of shopping bone level Dan. I wonder what you wanted to P. A-W-N? Or is there something else you need?" Bishing Immortal Lotus. Chun Xiang went straight to the point. "I know that your Feng clan has Bishing Immortal Lotus. If you know about the recent events, then you must know that there was a Qingxin spiritual lotus that was previously sold to 708 shopping bone level Dan, and our Bishing Immortal Lotus is only more expensive than the Qingxin spiritual lotus, so it definitely isn't low. If you are ready, I can talk to the elders of our Feng clan and have them come over as soon as possible." The shopkeeper never thought he was here to buy Bishing Immortal Lotus. He really couldn't make the decision. Chun Xiang took out a large jade case, placed it on the table, and then opened it. Inside were all milky white shopping bone level Dan, which, at one glance, could be seen to be of high quality. The shopkeeper saw so many white shopping bone level Dan and couldn't help but to suck in a breath of cold air. Even though he was the shopkeeper of this big P.A.W. shop, he had never seen so many shopping bone level Dan before. "I will inform the elders and ask them to come as soon as possible." The shopkeeper walked out of the private room, while the elder came in quickly, so Chun Xiang and Feng Wu only waited for a little while. When an old man came in and saw the shopping bone level Dan S on the table, he was secretly shocked. When Chun Xiang saw him coming over, he immediately put away the box. 800 pills. Chun Xiang smiled faintly. "How is it?" Bishing Immortal Lotus S are a bit better than Qingxin Spiritual Lotus S, and Qingxin Spiritual Lotus S can be sold for 780, so you only need to add 20 of them. The old man quickly asked, "How about 900? Chun Xiang frowned. He pretended to consider it for a while and sighed. "All right, but you have to let me see how good the Bishing Immortal Lotus is." The old man took out a jade box and opened it. Inside was a lotus carved from jade. When the light shone into it, the entire flower became transparent, and it even emitted a silvery white radiance. It was extremely beautiful. Under our careful care, the quality is excellent. The old man said, "These are 900 shopping bone level Dan." Chun Xiang took out a large jade box and placed it on the table. The old man nodded, and then started to count the quant. 1, tie with the shopkeeper. Very quickly they finished counting. They were very happy, because the quality of these shopping bone level Dan were all the best. Feng Wu was secretly shocked in her heart. She guessed that these divine pellets were all made by Chun Xiang when he was in closed-door cultivation earlier. To be able to refine so many in such a short period of time, she really couldn't understand no matter how hard she tried. "Here you go." The old man Pa S said the Bishing Immortal Lotus over to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang carefully examined it once more, nodded his head, and placed it into the ring. After the trade was completed, Chun Xiang and Feng Wu immediately left the P.A.W. shop and strolled around. "I want to leave the Wind City as soon as possible. I'm worried that they will find out that I'm here. It wouldn't be good if I get into trouble." Feng Wu sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang, and at this moment she was even more cautious. That elder from before didn't see me before, so he didn't notice it. "We're being followed. It's that elder and manager who are following us. I wonder what they are planning to do." Chun Xiang sent a sound transmission to him. "Feng Wu, bring me out of the city. Let's stay far away from the Wind City to see what their purpose is." Knowing that she was being followed, Feng Wu became nervous, but thinking that Chun Xiang was very strong, she calmed down. She was afraid of Feng clan because she thought that he was too weak, and now not only did she have the powerful Chun Xiang by her side, she had also grown a lot, so she was no longer afraid of Feng clan. C. 2262. C. 2262 Chun Xiang and Feng Wu both walked very quickly, and after walking for a distance, the elders and the shopkeeper of the Feng clan were still following them. Until now, Feng Wu had not discovered the two people following them, which was what Qin Xiang had told her. What are they trying to do? Do you want to find out or I didn't? One ties? Feng Wu sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, but she was no longer so nervous because she saw that Qin Xiang was very calm. Regarding this kind of thing, she did not have much experience. We'll know once we leave the city. Anyway, it won't be anything good. Qin Xiang said, Don't worry, their strength should be considered good in the Feng clan, but it isn't too strong in my eyes. Just like the Great Heaven School, the Feng clan was at most slightly stronger than the Great Heaven School, and the great clan elder of the Great Heaven School was easily killed by Qin Xiang, so the following elder would definitely not be any stronger than the great clan elder of the Great Heaven School. Thinking of this, Feng Wu could finally relax. Feng Wu brought Qin Xiang to take a shortcut, and very quickly, they arrived at the city gate. The Feng clan elders and the P.A.W. and shop manager were still very tight on each other. Let's leave the city, Qin Xiang said. Feng Wu brought Qin Xiang out of the city gate, and the two of them started sprinting. Not long after, they left the city and arrived at the mountain forest. Along the way, their speed wasn't very fast. This was also what Qin Xiang wanted to see what the two people behind them were planning. Qin Xiang and Feng Wu entered a gorge, and just as they were about to fly out of the gorge, two people suddenly appeared in front of them. It's indeed Feng Qing and the shopkeeper. Feng Wu immediately transmitted to Qin Xiang, Do you want to take action now? Not now. Qin Xiang said, If you want to make a move, leave Feng Qing to me. He will be the elder of the Feng clan. Feng Wu said, I want to see how much stronger I am compared with him. All right. Qin Xiang immediately nodded. Feng Qing and the P.A.W. and shop manager had increased their speed a moment ago and flew over from high up in the sky before landing at the entrance to the valley to intercept Qin Xiang and the others. You too, what do you mean by this? Could it be that he wants to go back on the agreement with the Bixing Immortal Lotus? Qin Xiang said, We feel that the Bixing Immortal Lotus is worth 2,000 shopping bone level Dan. You only gave us 900, and you still owe us 1,001. Feng Qing smirked. If you don't give it to me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You owe us 1,001 shopping bone level Dan. If you go back on your word, wouldn't it have been fine if we didn't do business? I'll just return the Bixing Immortal Lotus back to you guys. Qin Xiang took out a jade box. Then you must at least return the 900 bone level Dan to me. I don't have 1,100 bone level Dan with me right now. Since you are unable to repay your debt, then use the Bixing Immortal Lotus to repay it. The P.A.W. and broker laughed and took out a large hammer. Qin Xiang frowned and said, Your Feng clan is considered a well-known family, yet you guys are so despicable. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? Feng Qing laughed coldly. Of course not, because all of you will soon become dead. How will you spread the word? Qin Xiang summoned his heavenly magic sword, and seeing him take out that terrifying broken sword, Feng Wu was secretly shocked in his heart. Last time, Qin Xiang used this sword to cut the armored crocodile into two. I'll leave that old man to you. Qin Xiang said to Feng Wu. Feng Wu had said before that she would spar with an elder of the Feng clan. With that, Qin Xiang flew towards the P.A.W. and shop owner. His speed was extremely fast. Both the P.A.W. and shop owner and Feng Qing did not expect that Qin Xiang would actually take the initiative to attack. I really don't know where all of you get the confidence to actually think that you can kill us. Qin Xiang looked as though he had rushed over, but when he was about to fly halfway, he suddenly appeared behind the pill shop manager. As he said that, he held his sword with one hand and slashed lightly, as if he was SLA's. H.I. Plussing through the air. A pale white semicircle of light flashed in the air, the heavenly magic sword gently cut apart the body of the shopkeeper, slicing him in half. How could he die so easily? I thought you were so strong. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have used my sword. Chen Xiang's face revealed a look of astonishment. Feng Wu was still standing at his original position, while Feng Qing was still standing beside the P.A.W. shop manager. Looking at the body that was split into two, his face was filled with shock. This P.A.W. shop owner's divine deity was at 90%, which in the Wind City and even the Feng clan was considered relatively strong. But now it was like tofu, being easily sliced into two by Qinxiang. Feng Wu immediately reacted as she shot forward, her arms filled with an extremely violent energy. It was actually a vibrating power, and as the divine power pass said through her 4 bones and more than 80 divine deity, it became even more violent. Feng Qing felt a burst of energy approaching him and wanted to dodge, but he was worried that Qinxiang would attack. At this moment, he was extremely frightened, both he and the P.A.W. shop manager never thought that these two seemingly young people would have such terrifying power. Feng Wu struck out his palm, causing her oscillating divine power to rush out and transform into an invisible force. When she was still quite a distance away from Feng Qing, she had already charged over and crashed into his body. Feng Qing initially did not plan to dodge it, because when he moved, he was definitely being watched by Qinxiang. Bang! Feng Wu's oscillating D-force was very strong. The shock wave was like the impact of the mountains and rivers, sending Feng Qing flying, but he looked fine. It could be seen that his divine armor was extremely strong, able to absorb such a strong attack force. Qinxiang watched from the side and did not make a move, but now he could already see that Feng Wu's strength was stronger than Feng Qing's. Feng Wu had already predicted that Feng Qing would use divine armor to block, so after she struck out with her palm, he estimated that Feng Qing would be blown away. Not long after he landed, Feng Wu's fist had already fiercely smashed towards Feng Qing's head. Feng Wu's consecutive punches carried an extremely berserk, vibrating power, which pierced through Feng Qing's defense and shook his head. Just these few punches alone made Feng Qing feel dizzy and dizzy, golden stars S.H.I. plusing in his eyes. Old B.A.S.T.A.R.D. Look who I am. Feng Wu took off his disguise. Feng Qing looked at Feng Wu's face in a daze and stuttered. You are Feng Wu, you little S.L.U.T. You're courting death. Feng Wu was furious. He fiercely stomped down on Feng Qing's abdomen. The shaking power penetrated through the divine armor and entered Feng Qing's body, shaking Feng Qing's body until it was like mud. Chen Xiang anxiously walked over and used soul-absorbing devil spell on Feng Qing, absorbing his divine power and divine soul. Then he mixed them together and took out the 900 shopping bone level Dan S. This guy actually has a Shangping bone level Dan and 10 middle grade bones GODS. He's pretty rich. Qin Xiang laughed. C. 2263. C. 2263. Feng Wu saw that Feng Qing was near his last breath and was extremely excited. I am no longer afraid of Feng clan. I only think of using me to exchange for more benefits. Qin Xiang took out the chuangs. H. I plus G. D furnace and released a small ball of flame from it. Then he controlled this ball of flame to fall onto Feng Qing's body and instantly burned Feng Qing's body into ashes. Seeing how terrifying the flames were, Feng Wu immediately took a few steps back. What kind of flame is this? This is too scary. Feng Wu was so scared that his face turned pale. Don't be afraid, under my control. These flames will not burn you. Even if you touch them, it will be fine. Qin Xiang laughed. Feng Wu stuck out his tongue and laughed. Looks like these fellows think that there are too many shopping bone level Dan, and they actually came back to return them to you. You have gotten the Bixing Immortal Lotus for nothing. When he saw Feng Qing following them, he had already guessed that the other party was planning to attack them and retrieve the Bixing immortal lotus. He had also encountered this kind of thing before, which was why he intentionally lured Feng Qing out of the city. Where are we going now? You still lack one type of divine lotus, and you can refine 3 lotus dan to cure your wife's poison. Feng Wu's eyes lit up and said, "How about we go to Song Cloud City to find that old man who knows everything, and maybe ask him a few questions?" "Yes. Why didn't I think of it? I should have tried it long ago." Chun Xiang laughed. "I didn't think about it before. I've always thought that he only knew a few things that had nothing to do with pills. Let's give it a try first." Feng Wu said. After that, the two of them returned to the Wind City, and via the Feng City's transmission array, they arrived at Song Cloud City. Chun Xiang and Feng Wu went to look for the mysterious old man, but when the old man saw them, he just chuckled. "If I'm not wrong, the heavenly Aquarius should be in your hands." The old man laughed. He was so well informed. He knew about Yuzhen the moment he was killed by Chun Xiang. At that time, he was very surprised about Chun Xiang's strength. How could he be so powerful, and even daring to kill Yuzhen in front of everyone? Chun Xiang did not reply. He only smiled. "Old mister, we're looking for you to inquire about the whereabouts of a type of divine medicine. I wonder if you have any reliable news?" Feng Wu asked with a smile. "Go ahead." The old man laughed. "Let's see what you are asking for first. Then I will tell you the price." "Purple Heart Lotus," Chun Xiang said. The old man thought for a moment, then said, "A single shopping bone level dan, I'll tell you guys." "You're really evil. Each time you get more expensive than the last." "A single shopping bone level dan is worth 1 billion. Feng Wu immediately said. Chun Xiang never thought that the other party would offer such a high price, much higher than before. "Do you still want to know the whereabouts of the Purple Heart Lotus? After I tell you the news, you all have a great chance of obtaining the Purple Heart Lotus. If you were a little slower, it would be gone." The old man laughed. Chun Xiang had already taken out a shopping bone level dan. He didn't feel bad about it. It was just that Feng Wu had gotten used to trying to haggle. "Old mister, please speak." Chun Xiang said all he was missing was the Purple Heart Lotus, so even if he gathered all of the 3 Lotus Dan's divine medicine, he would soon be able to refine the antidote pill. On Earth stage stars called Qingxian, in about 3 days, a few big shots of powers will gather there, and they will conduct an exchange. The condition to get in is to get precious divine medicines or divine pellets. Of course, you have to pay a fee of 5 million Xinyuan stone. The old man said as he took out a piece of paper and wrote down the location in detail, and pass, said it to Chun Xiang. "Only in the 1,000 ancient city will we be able to find the transmission array to Cyan Profound Star. After we reach the Cyan Profound Star, you all have to be careful. That place will be a bit more chaotic." The old man said. After finding out the whereabouts of the Purple Heart Lotus, Chun Xiang and Feng Wu immediately rushed over to the 1,000 ancient city, and then through the 1,000 ancient city to teleport to Cyan Profound Star. They spent a lot of money on teleporting. Fortunately, Feng Wu had said a lot of Shen Yuan stone in the past few years, and she did not need to buy any bone level dan now, so she did not care about the Shen Yuan stone. Earth stage stars is just not the same. The difference is too big compared to heaven stage stars. After Chun Xiang arrived at the Cyan Profound Star, he felt as if his breathing was a little uncomfortable. Of course, this is how the Earth stage stars is. Staying in the heaven stage stars for a long time, it would be hard to get used to going to other stars. I don't really care about it anymore. I have long since gotten used to hunting Special G. D Beastess and running all over the place. Feng Wu smiled and said, "We should be safer here. At least we don't have to worry about Everlasting Mountain." Now that Chun Xiang and Feng Wu had not changed their appearances, they used their original appearances to head towards the trade fair. Chun Xiang and Feng Wu arrived at the city mentioned by the old man. This city was relatively small and also very cold. They couldn't understand why a trade fair would be held in such a city. Just as Qin Xiang was feeling suspicious, Yuetra said, "The main reason why they are hosting such a trade fair in this place is to avoid the law enforcers. Some law enforcers like to mess with this kind of thing, because this kind of thing is against the rules. Therefore, these kinds of trade fairs would usually be held in private, where friends would pass the information to each other and enforcers would not know about it." Feng Wu and Qin Xiang arrived outside a villa at the side of the small city. When he and Feng Wu were about to enter, the guards at the entrance of the villa were already extremely vigilant. "Who brought you here?" A guard arrived. "Yes, an old mister in Songcloud City who knows everything." Feng Wu had an idea. The guard nodded and said, "Please enter." Qin Xiang never thought that the old man would actually have such face. Without even saying his name, the guards had already let them in. This made him feel that the old man was the person behind this trade fair. After entering the villa, there was immediately someone who came to receive Qin Xiang and the others. Qin Xiang invited them to a guest hall, and then there was an old man who was specially responsible for confirming their qualifications to partake. 1P8. People who partake. 1P8 in trade fairs usually have something to exchange with. "I wonder what you guys will take out to trade with others?" the old man asked gently. "Will that do?" Qin Xiang took out 2 Shangping bone level danas and asked. The old man quickly nodded. "Enough, enough." Shangping bone level danas could not be considered expensive compared to many high-level divine medicines, but they were extremely rare and would only appear at regular auctions by large powers. Feng Wu paid the price of 5 million Xin Yuan stone, because she was only going to accompany Qin Xiang. She had to pay it by herself. Qin Xiang's main goal was the Purple Heart Lotus, and he had made sufficient preparations this time. This was a trade fair. If the shopping bone level danas were not enough, he could use the King Grade S divine medicines to exchange, and the 6 realms D cups divine medicines were all double shared. In another 2 days, the trade fair would begin. In this period of time, Qin Xiang used the 6 realms D cup to complement the large number of purple pearls that he had condensed before and replicated the Bixing Immortal Lotus. See 2264. See 2264. Even when Qin Xiang used all his purple pearls that he had condensed in the past few days, he could only produce 1 Bixing Immortal Lotus. And it was so together with the 6 realms God cup and the 6 realms mirrors. If he wanted to make another one, it would take more than 10 days. On the morning of the start of the trade fair, there were people who came to receive Qin Xiang and Feng Wu and brought them to the side of a house in the villa. After sing through a formation array, they entered a large hall in the belly of the mountain. Qin Xiang and Feng Wu both felt that the 5 million Xin Yuan stone was worth it. Qin Xiang and Feng Wu sat at a big round table. There were still 18 empty seats at the round table, and this hall only had 1 table. There were only 20 people at the trade fair, which was not as big as Qin Xiang had imagined. Qin Xiang and the rest were the first to arrive. After that, there were more people that came in. They all sat on the luxurious chairs, and at this time, some people came over to pour the fragrant tea. You are Feng Wu." A middle-aged man shouted in surprise. Feng Wu was also shocked when she saw the middle-aged man. Her eyes revealed a look of fear. But thinking about Qin Xiang at her side, she immediately dispelled her fear and coldly said, "I never thought clan leader Feng would actually recognize this little girl." Qin Xiang immediately understood. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Feng clan. Feng Hao. He was also the strongest in the Feng clan. "If you have any grudges, settle them outside the venue." An old man said softly. Feng Hao had always been looking for Feng Wu, and had even heard that Feng Wu was in the Everlasting Mountain. But not long ago, he heard that something had happened to Feng Wu in the Everlasting Mountain, and he was currently being hunted down by the Everlasting Mountain. Feng Wu was related to this man. When Feng Hao sat down, he stared at Qin Xiang. He had already guessed that the man who started Ma's Saker at the Everlasting Mountain was the one beside Feng Wu. People arrived one by one, and soon the seats were full. Now the trade fair has begun. Here, as long as you agree on the price, you can buy anything. An old man said, "Please follow the order and take out your things. The first is this young master Shin." Qin Xiang immediately took out a jade box and opened it, saying, "2 Shangping bone level Dan." The other 18 people secretly calculated in their hearts about how many Shin Yuan stone they had. If they could get them, that would be good. May I know how to change it? The old man in charge of the trade fair asked, "I heard that someone here will take out the king grade and divine medicine, the purple heart lotus. Today, I want to exchange it for the purple heart lotus." Chun Xiang said. Feng Hao said as he furrowed his brows, "I also want to exchange for the purple heart lotus, and I've already made an agreement with you a long time ago." An old man said, "This will depend on what Elder Wang, who possesses the purple spirit lotus, says." He looked at a black-robed elder. The old man stroked his beard and took out a small, transparent box. Inside was a purple lotus flower. This lotus flower looked like it was made out of translucent amethyst crystal. One could see a purple light emitting from the center of the lotus. This was the purple heart lotus. Clan leader Feng, although you have an agreement with me, it does not mean that I will definitely exchange with you. You all know how precious the purple heart lotus is. This is a king-grade divine medicine, and one that can be used to refine the precious 3 lotus danas within the king-grade divine pellets. Elder Wang stroked his beard again. The 2 of you take out something that you want to exchange for my purple heart lotus. I think that would make me like it. Young man, if you think that you can get 2 Shangping bone level Dan, then you're too naive. Feng Hao laughed coldly, then took out a large jade box, which he placed on the large table. After opening it, they were filled with Xiaoping bone level danas. The more common way of trading is 1,000 Xiaoping bone level Dan. Feng Hao said indifferently, then shot a disdainful glance at Qin Xiang. Everyone started to exclaim in surprise. Previously, they had heard that the Everlasting Mountain's Qingxin spiritual lotuses were only auctioned to 708, but now Feng Hao had taken out 1,000 of them. Qin Xiang laughed. Amongst these 1,000 Xiaoping bone level Dan, many of their quality are relatively average. At most, it can be counted as 800. Aren't you trying to cheat me? Everyone nodded. With a sweep of their consciousness, they could roughly tell the quality of these bone level Dan. Why don't you take out something decent, other than those heavenly star great leaders? Do you think that it's easy to take out 1,000 Xiaoping bone level Dan? Feng Hao scoffed. Don't think that just because you have 2 Shangping bone level danas that you are so amazing. Chun Xiang let out a soft sigh and then also took out a big box. After he roughly summarized the box, the medicinal fragrance inside gushed out like Gus. I plussing spring water. I also have 1,000 Xiaoping bone level Dan. This isn't too hard for me. Qin Xiang smiled faintly, looked at Elder Wang, and said, Elder Wang, you should be able to differentiate between my good and his good. Everyone's eyes were straight as they looked at the high-quality bone level danas in the box. They used their spiritual sense to scan the box a few times, and each pellet was of the high quality and very fresh. Feng Hao took a deep breath. His heart was filled with anger. He never thought that the young man who had started Ma's Saker in the Everlasting Mountain would have such a deep background. When he saw Feng Wu sneering at him, his heart was filled with rage. He was actually looked down upon by this woman. What made him secretly hate was that Feng Wu was from Feng clan. Feng Wu should have gotten benefits if he found a good man, but because of the conflict he had with Feng Wu ran away from home. Although Chun Xiang was surprised to see Elder Wang, there was disappointment in his eyes because this was not what he wanted. The Purple Heart Lotus was extremely important to Qin Xiang, so he would not let go of this opportunity. He took out another small jade box, and after he opened it, everyone present took a deep breath. Elder W, A, N, G, choose between the two. When Qin Xiang saw Elder W, A, N, G's eyes S, H, I, plus Ning, he knew there was hope. As everyone was admiring these bone level Dan, they were also very curious about where Qin Xiang's bone level Dan came from. This pill formula was only owned by the powerhouses of Heavenly Star Realm, and this young man actually had so many. He definitely did not buy them, and the quality of the bone level Dan was not the same. I choose 10 Shangpin bone level Dan. This was already a huge profit for him. Normally, even if he had more Xinyuan stone, it would be difficult to get them. Very quickly, Qin Xiang and Elder W, A, N, G finished their exchange. Elder W, A, N, G left, but Qin Xiang did not leave, which made the others secretly rejoice in their hearts. In their eyes, Qin Xiang was a tyke. O, N, C, 2265. C, 2265 Qin Xiang continued to stay in the trading center only to see what good stuff he would have next. At the same time, he also planned to anger the patriarch of Feng clan, Feng Hao. As the patriarch, Feng Hao must have known about this matter. Qin Xiang guessed that the reason he came to this trading center was to see if the Bixing Immortal Lotus would appear here, or if he could exchange it for the King Grade's divine medicine that was comparable to the Bixing Immortal Lotus. Although Feng Hao was the patriarch, there were still a few factions in the Feng clan. The Bixing Immortal Lotus were under his control, and if they were to lose them now, they would definitely be scolded by the people from the other factions. Feng Hao, don't you have a Bixing Immortal Lotus? Could it be that you plan to attack them this time? A middle-aged man laughed and asked, I am very interested in your Bixing Immortal Lotus. Feng Hao snorted. Bixing Immortal Lotus is the clan protecting treasure of my Feng clan, and furthermore, it's a Bixing Immortal Lotus that can condense 3 lotus seeds. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Qin Xiang secretly nodded his head. The lotus seeds that the divine lotus seed had condensed were also very important. They could be used to concoct pills if the quality of the lotus seed was high enough. Right now, Qin Xiang had already obtained 3 divine lotuses, the Everlasting Mountain's Qingxin's spiritual lotus, and the Purple Heart Lotus he had just obtained were all only worth 1 lotus seed. Yuer placed the spirit seed into the 6 realms G, O, D cup, and then put the Bixing Immortal Lotus into the 6 realms G, O, D cup. See if you can quickly produce a lotus seed. Qin Xiang said. When he first entered the 9-star G, O, D realm, the spirit seed he obtained combined with the 6 realms G, O, D cup's usage already had the effect of making the divine medicine mature. He hadn't tried it yet, but he had Yuer plant a lot of spirit seed inside it. The middle-aged man who was ridiculed by Feng Hao was unconvinced. He took out a black box and said, Your Bixing Immortal Lotus S may not even be able to compare to the things inside my box. Everyone was surprised as they looked at the black box. The middle-aged man opened the lid, revealing a large black fruit. What is this? Although everyone could see that it was a fruit, they did not know what kind of fruit it was. You don't know. This is called the bone level fruit. After eating it, you will be able to condense bones. The middle-aged man said loudly, I received 2 back then, and if I eat 1, I will condense bones. Feng Hao sneered. This is just one side of your story. I, Feng Hao, have lived for so long, and I have a great understanding of divine medicines, but I have never heard of the bone level fruit you speak of. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. But I can use my life as a guarantee that after eating it, you will be able to sense the existence of new bones, and even if you don't immediately condense it out, you will feel the vague existence of bones. As long as you focus on cultivating that bones in the future, you can condense it out very quickly, and it won't be like how many bone level Dan you eat. The middle-aged man was very confident. I already have 5 bones now. The 5th bones was formed from this fruit. Back then there was no pain at all. Everyone present looked at each other, shook their heads, expressed their disbelief. They were sure that if they ate it, they would be able to condense bones. This was just too shocking. Star Law Divine Realm had existed for many years, but they had never heard of such a fruit. Chen Xiang also asked Yu'er, and Yu'er also indicated that she had never heard of it before. Feng Hao sneered. Do you see that no one here believes what you said? You only have one fruit, and you are the only one who has eaten it. It is very difficult to prove anything, unless you make me eat it. Don't even think about it. The middle-aged man was somewhat angry because no one believed him. He put away the black box. Brother, I am interested in your fruit. How can you exchange it with me? But let me explain first. I don't have much Shangpin bone level Dan left on me right now, not even 10. Chun Xiang said, I am Gelong. Thank you for believing me. Even if that is the case, I will not easily exchange it with you. If you do not have enough Shangpin bone level Dan S, do you have any more valuable divine medicines? Gelong stood up and cupped his hands towards Chun Xiang. No one believed that his words made him feel awkward, but Chun Xiang had expressed his interest towards his fruits, which was why he paid his respects to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang thought for a while, then said, You just said that you are interested in Bishing Immortal Lotus, right? Gelong nodded his head and said, I am interested, but there isn't enough Bishing Immortal Lotus to exchange for this fruit of mine, unless you condense 4 lotus seeds. For lotus seeds? It would take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve that, and 500,000 years for my Feng clan's Bishing Immortal Lotus to condense the 3rd lotus seed. Feng Hao said in disdain, Don't tell me you expect this kid to have Bishing Immortal Lotus. Chun Xiang smiled lightly. I really do have one. Feng Hao was immediately shocked, because their Feng clan had just lost his Bishing Immortal Lotus, and the elder had already died. He did not even know where his Bishing Immortal Lotus had gone. Just now, Yu'er had told Chun Xiang that she had used a large number of Spirit Seed S, in conjunction with the 6 Realms Decap S, to successfully make the Bishing Immortal Lotus give birth to a lotus seed. Chun Xiang now had 2 Bishing Immortal Lotus. One was copied, and it even had a lotus seed born, and the hole was much bigger than the one he had before. Oh, if little brother has a Bishing Immortal Lotus, can you take it out to broaden our horizons? An old man laughed and said, You don't look like someone stingy. You will definitely let us have a look at the world, right? No one present had a good impression of Feng Hao, and they all agreed with the old man's words. Feng Hao was petty, and to say that he would hurt others with his words, Gelong must have been angered by Feng Hao just now. Chen Xiang took out a jade case, and after opening it, a jade green lotus that looked as if it had been sculpted from a piece of jade immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Where did you get it? Seeing that, Feng Hao asked loudly. His tone was extremely stern. Where did I get this? What does it have to do with you? Chen Xiang laughed coldly. Could it be that only the Feng clan has one? Or do you want to say that this was stolen from your Feng clan? Feng Hao was extremely familiar with his own Bishing Immortal Lotus. He could confirm that this one in front of him was not from their Feng clan, and it was much better than theirs, because he had lost his Bishing Immortal Lotus, and there were even more people like Chun Xiang who he disliked, so he was very angry in his heart and wanted to immediately NH them away. Do you want to change it? Gelong immediately asked. I, Gelong, promise with my life that my bone-level fruits effects are exactly the same as what I said. I, Gelong, am the Star Lord of Earth Dragon Star. If you find something different when you eat it in the future, you can come and find me on Earth Dragon Star anytime. C. 2266. C. 2266. This Gelong was actually the Star Lord of a star. This made Chun Xiang and everyone present very surprised. Yu'er said, Earth Dragon Star should be the Earth Stage stars. For him to be able to become the Star Lord with only 5 bones it means that he has a very strong background. Otherwise, this kind of strength isn't enough for him to become the Star Lord of the Earth Stage stars. Chun Xiang hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, I will bet I believe Brother Ji's words." Gelong laughed. "You really dare to gamble. How should I address you, little brother? People like you should be very famous." Chun Xiang pushed the Bishing Immortal Lotus over and smiled faintly. "Chun Xiang!" Just as Gelong was about to receive the jade box, his hand suddenly froze, because he had heard of this name before, and everyone present had heard of it. "Is the person who started a Ma.S. Saker in the Everlasting Mountain you?" Gelong took a deep breath and asked, "Exactly. Brother Ge, could it be that you are afraid of the Everlasting Mountain and do not dare to make a deal with me?" Chun Xiang laughed, his own name becoming even more famous. He did not feel surprised at all. "I'm not afraid. Brother Shin is so brave to actually dare to fight against Everlasting Mountain. I truly admire you." Gelong Pa-S said his own black chest to Chun Xiang. "If you are chased by Everlasting Mountain until there is nowhere to run, then come and sit with my Earth Dragon Star. Although the Everlasting Mountain is a great power that governs one of the Heaven Stage stars, I am not afraid. If there's a chance, I will definitely go." Chun Xiang cupped his hands towards Gelong. They were not confident like Gelong. They were worried that the Everlasting Mountain would hate them if they were to exchange with him. After all, if the Everlasting Mountain found out about this, he would definitely hate them. Chun Xiang stood up and laughed. "Everyone, I have already obtained what I want, so I will take my leave first." He looked at the elder in charge and asked, "Will this matter be leaked out?" The old man said, "We can't guarantee that we won't leak it out, but we can guarantee that if this matter were to be leaked out, we will definitely find out who leaked it and kill them. All right, farewell." Chun Xiang clasped his hands at the old man, then left the hall. He wanted to obtain either the Bishing Immortal Lotus or the Purple Heart Lotus very much, but his own financial resources were limited and he could not exchange for it at all. This made him even more jealous of Chun Xiang. Today, Feng Wu had broadened her horizons. She was very curious as to why Chun Xiang was able to suddenly take out the Bishing Immortal Lotus of the 4 lotus seeds. "Feng, how that fellow will definitely be angered to death." Feng Wu chuckled. "In the past, he was a lofty existence in my eyes, but now he doesn't seem to be anything special." Chun Xiang smiled faintly, then proceeded to the city's transmission array, teleported away from this cyan profound star, and returned to Song Cloud City. Jing Zhe and Teng Yong were currently running all over the place. They planned to use a long period of time to travel all over the famous stars of the star, Law Divine, realm to purchase as many of the divine medicines to refine bone, level Danes as possible. They only needed to think of how to turn those flowers into precious bone, level Danes. They had only given Chun Xiang 30 sets of Shangpin bone, level Dan's divine medicine, and Chun Xiang had already given them 180 of them. This gave them a lot of motivation and pas, Shaun. "Big brother, I've already won over 10 people. They all plan to leave Everlasting Mountain to follow you." When Chun Xiang returned to the Song Cloud City, he received a message from Hua Lang. "Let them wait for a little while. I have to make arrangements." Chun Xiang replied. He currently lacked manpower, so Teng Yong and Jing Zhe were already out and would not be able to return for a while. Chun Xiang thought about it and decided to send messages to Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian. They were not in the Song Cloud City right now, but they had an agreement with Chun Xiang that they would come back once in a while to receive a message. "Feng Wu, why don't you go and contact Hua Lang first and settle down the disciples that exited the Everlasting Mountain?" Chun Xiang gave Feng Wu 20 Zhongpin bone level Dan. "You think of a way to sell them, get some Shan Yuan stone, and then distribute them to the disciples." "All right." Feng Wu was also very idle right now, but if Chun Xiang wanted to refine pills, naturally, she had no time to care about these things. She had always been and she could not do anything for Qinxiang. Feng Wu bought a villa in Songcloud City, and Qinxiang was in a secret underground room in the villa. Are you analyzing that bone-level fruit? Qinxiang asked. Is it like what Galang said, only eating it would allow one to condense bones? I can't be sure, but I've discovered that there's something similar to bones inside this bone-level fruit. However, this type of bones is not like a human's. If a human eats it, they might really be able to condense their bones. Yue was also a little excited. I never thought that there would actually be such a magical thing. I had always been delusional. If only I had something like this that could immediately congeal bones. Qinxiang laughed. I think refining this thing into a pill is the best. I need to refine a 3 lotus dan first, and cure Shui Yi's poison first. The 3 lotus dan was a divine pellet of king grade, so Qinxiang didn't have absolute confidence in refining it now. He let Yue use the spirit seed and the 6 realms decup first, allowing the 3 divine lotuses to condense more lotus seeds. Right now, I need to condense more purple pearls and cooperate with the 6 realms decup to replicate the type-in bone level dan. I need to refine a few more type-in dan before I can try out the king grade. Qinxiang activated his alive slain method and condensed a purple pearl. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. There are already 4 lotus seeds, and 10 of them are used to refine type-in bone level dan S. We haven't been able to obtain any 9 yin and yang dan S divine medicines for the time being. Yue said. Her work in the cave was relatively easy. She only used purple pearls to dilute the spirit seed into water and let it take root and grow into a grain of rice, then peeled off 1 grain at a time. Now, Qinxiang finally understood why the 6 realms decup in the Black Stone Divine Venerable had a heaven rank king grades divine medicine. It was all caused by that spirit seed. I wonder if the Star Law Divine Realm has ever auctioned the low rank bone level dan before. Qinxiang looked at those familiar divine medicines. In the past, the ones he refined were all middle heaven grade ones, but now they were all high quality ones. No, who would be willing to sell this kind of thing? They were all left to try and break through to the 8th or 9th divine deity. Long Shui laughed. But very soon people will sell it. Qinxiang had become stronger and stronger, and Yue was very happy as well. Only by doing this would she be able to protect her cat race from being bullied. The type-in bone level dan should not be difficult for you to refine, right? Yue asked. It's definitely not difficult. Bone level dan have always been easy to refine. Qinxiang took out the chuangs, Hi plus G, D furnace, and after placing a few high-quality divine medicine in it, he began to use the Dao Heart I and then use the original source refining to refine it. C. 2267. C. 2267, when Qinxiang came to the Star Law Divine Realm, he discovered that the position of the strong pill OD was even higher there. For example, right now he could rope in Tingyong and Jing Zhe, who were both able to win over the 100 DS level. He felt that since he was refining pills, it wouldn't be good for him to go out and fight all day, so he should just leave this matter to others. He would usually refine pills and flirt with his woman, and if there were really things that his subordinates couldn't solve, he would personally do it himself. He felt that the Star Law Divine Realm was the end of the world. All the strong warriors who had reached the peak of their strength were gathered here, and if they could establish a stable power here, then he would be able to live a peaceful life in the future and focus on breaking through to the peak of his cultivation. Refining low-quality bone level dan was the same as refining high-quality 9 yin and yang dan. It was not very difficult, it only took a little bit of time, and it took him 6 hours to finish refining. This was also the reason why the high-quality divine medicine was harder to refine and fuse. But after he familiarized himself with it, he could directly use the bones in his eyes to instantly refine it. 5 pills gone. Chun Xiang sighed. The quality of these 5 type-in bone level danas were all very good. But previously, when he was refining high and middle rank pills, he produced 6 of them. I'm still not familiar enough, Yueta said, but it's not bad either. I have never seen a high-quality bone level dan before. I'm not familiar with it. The second batch should be enough. Chun Xiang nodded, and then began refining the second batch. The time taken for the second furnace wasn't as long as before. It was completed in 4 hours, and there were even 6 pills. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. I can refine the 3 lotus dan now. I need to quickly cure Shui Yi's poison. Thinking about this little naughty dragon that's unconscious, my heart aches. Chun Xiang said as he took out 3 lotus seeds. The Qingxin spiritual lotus was white, the Bixing immortal lotus was emerald green, and the purple heart lotus was purple. 3 lotus dan is more than just detoxifying, right? Otherwise, these 3 divine lotuses wouldn't be so precious. Yuer said, any single pill has a great use. If they are combined together to form a pill, the effect will be even stronger. I'm not too sure either. In short, I'll just refine it first. Chun Xiang placed the 3 lotus seeds into the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace. He had pinched the 3 lotus seeds a moment ago, and they were not of an ordinary toughness. Even with his strength, he was unable to crush them. It's my first time refining the king grade and elixir. I wonder how it will turn out. Chun Xiang was also a little nervous in his heart. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then controlled the chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace to release the flames. It really is difficult to refine. The king grade's divine medicine is just different. Chun Xiang released a very fierce flame that burned for a while, but the 3 lotus seeds actually did not have any reaction. If the chuangs, Hi plus G, D furnace's current flames were to land on a divine monarch with a total of 80 to 90 divine deity, it might even burn them into ashes if it were to slow their reactions. However, these lotus seeds had been burned for a long time, yet they were still perfectly fine. Chun Xiang stopped burning and took out the lotus seed. He could not help but scold in a low voice, Damn. And it's actually that cold. This lotus seed knows to release a corresponding power to protect itself. The king grade divine medicine is truly inconceivable. This kind of power to protect oneself is comparable to an expert of the 100G, DS level. Is there no way to refine it? Yuer said worriedly, Your chuangs, Hi plus G, D furnace are already so terrifying. If you can't even burn this lotus seed, then wouldn't it be even more difficult for other pill G, ODS? Therefore, refining the king grade's divine pellet is not something that can be done in a day or 2. Even if it has been thousands or tens of thousands of years, it might not necessarily be. The other pill G, DS should have borrowed the flames of the earth's core to burn for a long period of time, exhausting the power of their divine medicine resistance. Chun Xiang said, I have the chuangs, Hi plus G, D furnace and heavenly alchemy, so I definitely won't use that method of death. I can only use the old method to find a solution to the problem from the heavenly alchemy. I only managed to get a little insight into the heavenly alchemy now, but I really don't know if that guy made it. It's really too scary. Chun Xiang said, Do the people from the Star Law Divine realm know about the existence of the heavenly alchemy? I also think that it's very strange. A divine technique like the heavenly alchemy should already exceed the category of the 100G. DS levels 9 Great Bones experts. That is to say, the strength of the person who is able to create this kind of divine technique definitely Serpa. SSES its peak. Yuer replied, Amongst the 4 types of taboo magic, this is the most terrifying one. The other divine arts still make sense. Chun Xiang had a greater understanding of the heavenly alchemy and was very familiar with the many mental cultivation methods, as well as the various small methods. Right now, he could only search through his memories for any kind of methods, and then lies them to see if he could solve the problem he was facing. There is. If you meet a divine medicine that is difficult to refine, you need to condense a special type of flame. This type of flame is called an illusory flame. Qin Xiang said, "Mystic fire? What are the specific effects?" Yue asked. She was the most curious about new things. "How so?" Qin Xiang thought for a while, then said, "Illusory fire is not a substantial flame. This kind of flame can only be seen by its users, and the person being burned can only see it, and can only sense it, and won't produce any heat either. No one else can see it." "Can't see? What will happen after it's burned?" Yue asked, "Even if your perception is strong, you still can't sense it?" "I can't feel it either. The top of the heavenly alchemy is called illusory fire, but I think that calling it spirit fire is more appropriate. It is equivalent to you eating a consecutive core and me, and I will pass on to you what I think. Only you and I know that no matter how strong the others are, they won't be able to know." Qin Xiang said, "Illusory fire is of a similar form. It is equivalent to me using this kind of flame. Establish plus in a state of telepathy with the divine medicine, and then directly transmitting the flame inside the divine medicine. It means that you and I have a telepathic connection, and then no matter what I think in my heart, no matter where you are, you will be able to receive it." Qin Xiang explained in detail. "When I use the illusory flame, it is to forcefully establish a telepathic connection between me and the divine medicine, and then I forcefully insert the flame into his body in order to refine it. When the flames were formed, it was in my heart. After sing it on, it would be inside a divine medicine. Moreover, this kind of fire comes from the fire that is imagined within my heart." Yue was astonished and asked, "An imaginary flame?" Qin Xiang nodded. "That's right. I've used the heavenly alchemy's method and used my divine power to imagine it, then created a illusory flame. Then it will pass through the portal to you, and then you'll have the illusion of being burned, and then you yourself will be burned to death, a flame that only you and I can see." The heavenly alchemy is truly terrifying. Yue sighed in admiration. "If I didn't use the illusory flames to refine pills, would I be able to use it against others?" "Of course you can. I can pry into another's divine sense, and if I use the bones in my eyes to break open another's defenses and directly release fire inside of them, it would be even easier for me to succeed." Qin Xiang laughed. "See 2268. See 2268, the 3 lotus seeds that Qin Xiang had refined were already extremely difficult to burn, and adding on to that, the divine pellet would also be able to release the strange power required to resist it. So refining a lotus seed would be even more difficult. It would take a very long time. The inside of the King Grade's divine medicine had already condensed and become very STU. RDY. After condensing a crystal, a divine medicine could store an even more powerful energy. When refining, it could create a very strong resistance. Right now, Qin Xiang was using the mystic fire refinement skill. It was equivalent to letting the divine medicine burn and refine itself, burning its own energy. Qin Xiang had only comprehended this method, but had never used it before, and did not know if it would work. Right now, he had to start using this method on the 3 lotus seeds. If he succeeded, this fantasy fire refining technique would be the best method to refine the King Grade Spirit Pill. Of course, this still needed to be combined with the original source refining to allow the energy of the various King Grade and divine medicines to fuse together. Qin Xiang once again placed the 3 lotus seeds into the chuangs, HI+G-OD furnace, and started to use the illusory fire refinement technique, following the instructions in the heavenly alchemy. This was an invisible flame. Even though it couldn't be seen or touched, it still consumed a large amount of his 6 realms' power. Yue, it might take me a while to refine this 3 lotus dan. You should plant more spirit seed in the ring and see if you can create the bone, level Dan's divine medicine. Qin Xiang said to Yuer. Now he had successfully released the mystic fire, but he did not expect that the Chuang's H.I. plus G.O.D. furnace could actually increase the strength of the mystic fire. As expected of the Chuang's H.I. plus G.O.D. furnace, all kinds of flames can increase the quality. It seems like the time it takes for me to burn these 3 king-grade lotus seeds will be much shorter. Qin Xiang began to forcefully communicate telepathically with the 3 lotus seeds. Even a low-level medicine would use spiritual energy, not to mention the king-grade and divine medicine. The king-grade and divine medicine had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. One had to know that some rare flowers and herbs had good luck and could cultivate adult. LV Qinlian had transformed into a lotus. These genius treasures could be reborn if they had the chance. After transforming into a human, their strength would not be any weaker than a human's. Qin Xiang did not know how much time had passed, said he only used the illusory flame to wrap 3 lotus seeds around him, attempting to invade their minds, but he did not succeed. He had followed the methods in the heavenly alchemy, and according to the methods above, he would continuously attack the heart of the divine medicine. Unknowingly, Qin Xiang suddenly had a reaction with the 3 lotus seeds. The 3 lotus seeds had become very tame now. The illusory fire had already started working, starting to burn inside the 3 lotus seeds. Not long after, the 3 lotus seeds suddenly cracked open. A dazzling, multicolored light leaked out from within the cracks. It was green, white, and purple respectively. We finally reached this step. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He was still worried that it would take a very long time to finish. After the cracks appeared on the 3 lotus seeds, the illusory fire gushed out from within and began to burn the outer layer that had become extremely weak. Not long after, 3 clumps of light that were like clay appeared within the Chuang's H.I. plus G.O.D. furnace. After refining the Shangping medicine and the divine medicine, they would take the shape of a liquid, while the quality would become a bit thicker. This king-grade elixir is pulp. Qin Xiang thought back to the Jingshan Dan that he had refined before. At that time, after he had used the crash method to improve the quality of the divine medicine, it had gone from a medicinal liquid to a medicinal paste, and in the end, it had congealed into a Jingshan Dan. Now that he saw these 3 clumps of medicinal liquid, he was sure that they were Jingshan Dan-S. After refining the king grade and divine medicine, is it definitely the medicinal liquid? Why have I never heard of it? I remember that I read in an ancient book that after refining the king grade and divine medicine, they would also be made of medicinal liquid, but it would be a little thicker than the first grade, but it is still far from reaching this form of thick mud. Qin Xiang was very suspicious about this. At this point, he needed to use the original source refining to search for the spirit blood with 3 lotus seeds. He found it very quickly. The process of fusing the 3 lotus seeds was very clear to him. After he fused the 3 spirit blood, the 3 lumps of medicinal liquid began to fuse together. The process of fusing was also relatively easy. When other pill GODs refine the king grade's lotus seeds, they might consume a large amount of energy from within the lotus seed. So in the end, they would only form a medicinal liquid. However, when I used the mystic flame refining, the energy consumed by the divine medicine would be minuscule, which was why it is different from the energy used in the ancient books. Qin Xiang thought about it, and this was the only explanation he could come up with. The 3 lumps of medicinal liquid that were originally very thick fused together at this moment, and were even pressed down into a smaller ball. Now it was no longer a lump of milk, but rather a solid state. Very tricky. Right now, it is already a very strong solid. If we continue to compress it, it will definitely condense and crystallize. The process will definitely be very difficult. Qin Xiang had refined 2 Jingshan Dan-S. The first time was a failure, like turning into a small stone, and the second time was with the help of Lu Menger and the others who used the Seven Souls refinement art. This time, no one helped him. And the Jingshin Dan that was formed this time was much stronger than before because it was refined using the King Grade's divine medicine. There's probably nothing to be afraid of. I have so many divine deity now. My cultivation has increased by a large amount. Qin Xiang immediately divided the round stone orb into 3 parts, and after separating the parts, he let it become round. I'm starting to form the core. Success is just around the corner. Qin Xiang gathered all of his divine deity and wrapped them around the 3 larger beads. As long as he compressed them to a stable state, they would be considered to have been condensed into pellets. When turning into a Jingshindan, it would be hard to compress, but there was one benefit to it. If it failed, it wouldn't disperse, but it would turn into a rather poor quality small stone. Under the compression of Qin Xiang's powerful divine power, the 3 round beads slowly shrank down from the inside. The process was very strange, and it even emitted a sparkling and flickering light, as though it was Pa-S sing through the multicolored light of a crystal. Very good. As long as this goes on, I will definitely succeed. Although Qin Xiang could feel that the 3B, ALLS of stuff he compressed were expanding, the pressure produced by the expansion wasn't too strong. He could still control it well. Qin Xiang clearly remembered that it took him no less than 7 days and 7 nights to make this round bead into the size of a pill. At this time, his power to expand was also at its strongest. If he could no longer persevere, he would immediately explode. However, with Chuang's H-I plus G, D furnace, even if it exploded, it would not cause much damage. Let me handle it. Qin Xiang growled, and suddenly a burst of light burst out from inside the Chuang's H-I plus G, D furnace. He had succeeded in concocting the pellets, and the 3 pellets were successfully refined by the Jingshin Dan, not to mention the Jingshin Dan itself. It's finally done. Qin Xiang wiped the sweat off his forehead, opened the furnace, and took out the 3 crystals from the 3 lotus Dan. The quality is very good. As expected, the King Grade's divine pellet is not easy to refine. You took 2 months. Little Moon smiled and said, but it's good as long as you succeed. Compared to other alchemy DS, the amount of time you spend is the least. C. 2269. C. 2269, when Qin Xiang was refining the 3 lotus Dan, he only knew that it took a lot of time, but it was only 7 days. This was mainly at the stage of fusing and refining. Did it really take 2 months? Qin Xiang still could not believe it. He felt that he had only used 10 days. It's true, Yuer said. Feng Wu has already been here a few times, but I haven't been able to see you. I don't know what urgent matter she has, but you'd better rest first and take a look after you've recovered. No need to rest. My energy consumption isn't that high. Qin Xiang hurriedly walked out of the secret underground room and arrived at the top. The moment he came out, he could sense that there were quite a few people in the manor, more than 10 of them in this way. Master is here too. Qin Xiang anxiously took out his communication jade symbol paper. Upon hearing Huang Jintian's message, he had already rushed over to help him take care of these matters. Qin Xiang also didn't know how they got to know Feng Wu, or how they did it, but he hurriedly arrived outside a large house at the villa. Just as he arrived at the door, Feng Wu ran out from within. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. Feng Wu laughed. What is it? Did something big happen? Qin Xiang followed Feng Wu into the house and into a hall. The people who were originally sitting there all stood up in a hurry because Qin Xiang recognized one of the Hualang. However, he could guess that these were all the outer sect disciples from the Everlasting Mountain, and they were all pretty strong. All of them looked very strong, very different from the inner sect popinjays. Just this valiant aura alone was enough to suppress the group of inner sect disciples. Big brother! These 10 people shouted in unison. Although their voices weren't loud, they were filled with ferocity. "All right, sit down." Chun Xiang laughed and made a gesture to invite them in. These were all won by Hua Lang from the Everlasting Mountain. After Chen Xiang walked in, he sat at the top of the hall, listening to the introductions of the 10 men. They were all disciples that had fought with the inner sect disciples before, but they were not as intense as Chen Xiang, and were extremely impressed with Chen Xiang's actions. At first, Hua Lang did not say that he had bone-level danas for them. When they heard that it was Chun Xiang, they all expressed their wish to follow him. "Big brother, now that the eternal leader has come out, we have no way of knowing what actions he will take. But it would be best for you to be more alert. Even though the eternal leader is unable to break through to the peak after coming out from closed-door cultivation, your strength has definitely increased." His name was Li Hong, and he possessed the 95 divine deity and 3 bones. "I wonder how much do you all know about the eternal leader?" "I've only heard that they are not bad people. The outer sect disciples are all quite sympathetic towards them, and some even say that they would change the rules and allow the outer sect disciples to enjoy equal treatment with the inner sect disciples." Chan Xiang suddenly had another plan. "That's right, the eternal leader has said it himself, but it will be very difficult for him to execute it. It must involve the interest of the elders of the Danji, Institute, as well as the large amount of true disciples. If they want to execute it, they would rather not have this leader." A large man said. Qin Xiang thought for a while, then said, "Looks like I have to go and meet him. If he has such thoughts, then it means that he is a good person." Feng Wu and the others were very surprised when they heard it. "You are going to see the leader. He is an expert at the peak of the realm. Are you not afraid of him?" Hua Lang said. "No." Qin Xiang smiled faintly. The heavenly Aquarius that Chan Xiang had previously obtained was given to his son by the leader. With this bottle in his possession, Chan Xiang was sure that he could have a good talk with the eternal leader. "Ting Yong and Jing, they didn't come back?" Qin Xiang asked. "Not yet, but Big Brother's master and martial uncle are here." Just as Hua Lang finished speaking, Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian walked in with a laugh. They had exchanged for a lot of Xinyuan stone after selling it. Now that they found out that Chen Xiang wanted to set up a sect, they immediately came over to follow him as well. Furthermore, if they wanted to avenge the undead divine race, they had to rely on Qin Xiang. "Master, martial uncle," Chen Xiang immediately shouted. "Hee, now that we are planning to stay here, don't chase us away when the time comes." Huang Jintian laughed. "How could that be? However, you must not be lazy. At that time, there will be a lot of things for you to do." Qin Xiang laughed. Chun Xiang walked over and handed over a storage bag. "Senior Master, please go back and S the things inside to Sister Chilian." Huang Yantian was secretly shocked. He did not expect Qin Xiang to refine the king grade so quickly. A pill G.O.D. that could refine the king grade's divine pellet was already considered a rather powerful pill G.O.D. in the Star Law divine realm. "Good. I'll go back now." Huang Yantian frequently visited him, and he now had many Xinyuan stone, so he wouldn't feel so bad about using them. Other than the three Lotus Dan pills, there were also the divine medicines to refine the type-in bone level Dan, as well as the things that Chen Xiang wanted to say to LV Chilian. After Huang Yantian left, Qin Xiang took out a few Zhongpin bone level Danes and distributed them to the 10 disciples who had just joined. "You guys still have to raise your bones by a lot. Right now, we don't need to fight with other powers, so during this period of time, you should become stronger. In the future, when we touch on the interests of other big powers, we will need all of you to fight in the battlefield." Qin Xiang said. No one obtained a few bone level Dan, which made them very excited. This was something they did not even dare to think about before. In the past, when they were in Everlasting Mountain, for the sake of obtaining the bone level Dan, they had lost a lot of blood and spent a lot of time in order to get one of the somewhat inferior quality. But now, Chen Xiang had given everyone a few pills, It was definitely a huge gift. Hualang, were you suspected in the everlasting mountain? Qinxiang asked. No. Hualang laughed. They won't suspect anything. I have always been strict with my work. Then, is there any way for you to help me send a message to the eternal leader? Qinxiang laughed. What? Big brother, do you really want to meet the eternal leader? Hualang thought that Qinxiang would wait for a while. He didn't think that he would have to go see the eternal leader so soon. Of course, because I feel that we won't become enemies with this leader in the future. Qinxiang laughed. In the future, we will build our sect on top of the everlasting mountain. C. 2270. C. 2270 to build a sect on top of the everlasting mountain. It meant defeating all of the powers in the everlasting mountain. It might even attract some of the great powers from other heaven stage stars to encircle and annihilate the sect, because what Qinxiang had done was to break the rules of the star law divine realm. Qinxiang took out a jade talisman and recorded his voice. He didn't say anything else and only agreed to meet with the eternal leader at a place and talk to him alone. Hualang said. After leader came out, he also frequently went to visit the outer sect disciples. I often saw him, so it wouldn't be difficult for me to hand this thing over to him. Qinxiang nodded his head. Then you should hurry up and do it. After Hualang left, the other 10 disciples also went into closed-door cultivation. Feng Wu said, During this period of time, the Feng clan has spread about everything related to you, saying that you have broken the rules and are selling bone level Dan S everywhere. Furthermore, I wonder how they knew you killed Yuzhen. This should have something to do with the old man from Tsong Cloud City. The omniscient old man definitely revealed it. Even though he promised me that he wouldn't leak out any of it, when Feng Hao asks him about other things, he would inevitably say a little more. Qinxiang said, Don't bother with him for now, it won't affect me much. Huang Jintian laughed. Why can't it affect? Enforcers are trying to capture you everywhere. If you get caught, you'll be locked up in HELL. You might even get killed. Qinxiang laughed out loud. If they can find me, that's for the best. I'd like to see just how capable they are. Feng Wu, since the Feng clan is spreading news about me, then it means that we are enemies. You must think of a way to tell Feng how to restrain him a little, or else, when I have formed my power, I will immediately destroy his Feng clan to display my might. Feng Wu nodded his head. And the Great Heaven School, they have already confirmed that you were the one who killed Yuzhen, and they are searching everywhere for your whereabouts. Who steals chickens and dogs? I will definitely exterminate him. Qinxiang said, I will first meet with the eternal leader. Hopefully we will succeed this time. Qinxiang used the SPAC wind and disappeared from the great hall in the blink of an eye, leaving the villa. Outside of the Tsong Cloud City was a stone mountain that looked like a pillar of the heavens. The summit of the mountain was above the clouds, and Qinxiang was at the peak of one of the mountains, looking down at the surging sea of snow-white clouds. At noon, with the sun at the head of the mountain peak, Qinxiang was being exposed to the sun, but this did not affect him in the slightest. Not long after, a white silhouette flew over from afar. From afar, Qinxiang could see that it was an energetic old man dressed in a white robe, with long hair and youthful looks. This person was none other than the eternal leader, Dai Donggong. In the blink of an eye, Dai Donggong had already floated in front of Qinxiang. He frowned slightly, revealing a trace of anger, because Qinxiang had started a Ma's Saker in the everlasting mountain, causing the everlasting mountain to lose a few inner disciples and an elder. Sensing Dai Donggong's anger, Qinxiang also secretly became vigilant. This Dai Donggong was a peak ranker and could be said to be the strongest person he had ever met. However, what made him relieved was that although Dai Donggong was angry, he was able to restrain himself. Moreover, his body emitted a wave of righteous energy, and now he understood Why only Dai Donggong did not go to the everlasting mountain that the other big shots of the other stars joined hands to kill the undead divine race. It was because he was filled with righteousness. Such a person would not do such a thing. You are my enemy. I should have killed you. Dai Donggong observed Qinxiang for a long time and was the first to reply. But I never saw you as an enemy. Qinxiang smiled lightly. As the leader, you can be considered to have failed. If you could make the environment of the everlasting mountain more fair and harmonious, I wouldn't be bullied, and there wouldn't be the matter of me starting a ma. As Saker, you are also at fault for this matter. Dai Donggong frowned slightly. A trace of grief could be seen in her spirited eyes. Qinxiang didn't know why her words would cause such a reaction. You're right. As Dai Donggong looked at the endless content within, the expression in his eyes grew distant, and he let out a long sigh. Senior, could it be that you have something that's difficult to say? Qinxiang felt that such a righteous elder would not be able to control the situation in the everlasting mountain. Dai Donggong did not answer him, but asked him a question instead. Why did you invite me here? His back was facing Qinxiang, which meant that he did not have any wariness against Qinxiang. He could also tell that Qinxiang did not have any malice towards him. It's something related to Heavenly Aquarius. Qinxiang's words made Dai Donggong tremble all over. Dai Donggong suddenly turned around. His eyes became extremely sharp, but he was able to control his emotions and ask slowly, Do you know the relations? I plus P between me and the Heavenly Aquarius? Since that's the case, you should know about the matter regarding my beloved son, right? I just know that the Heavenly Aquarius was created by you, Senior, and given to your son. Death, Heavenly Aquarius's whereabouts are unknown. Qinxiang said, The Heavenly Aquarius is currently in my hands, but... Seeing Dai Donggong's expression changed, Qinxiang anxiously retreated and said loudly, But I did not kill him. The Heavenly Aquarius was only obtained from another person's hands. But I know who held the Heavenly Aquarius. Continue. Dai Donggong took a deep breath. In order to calm him down, Qinxiang handed the Heavenly Aquarius over to Dai Donggong. I got the Heavenly Aquarius from Yu Zhen, but I don't know where he got it from. What Qinxiang had said was the truth. He then continued, However, I feel that this matter is definitely related to the leaderess. To Senior, this is the only clue. Dai Donggong withdrew the Heavenly Aquarius. This was his son's inheritance. It was extremely important. Although he gave the Heavenly Aquarius back, Qinxiang didn't feel it was a pity. The Heavenly Aquarius wasn't of much use to him. You didn't call me here about the Heavenly Aquarius, right? Dai Donggong had lived for so long. How could he not see through Qinxiang's thoughts? The reason why Qinxiang took out the Heavenly Aquarius was to resolve the conflict between him and Dai Donggong. That's right. Qinxiang laughed. Senior, I helped you find the Heavenly Aquarius and even gave you a clue. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Dai Donggong nodded his head. The Heavenly Aquarius has a very important meaning to me. I will be grateful to you. Qinxiang withdrew his smile and spoke in a serious tone. Senior, there must be something hard for you to say in Everlasting Mountain. That's why you were restricted by Danji, DNSTI, Toot, or the Clan of Elders. And because of that, you can't change Everlasting Mountain, right? Qinxiang had already seen through it, just now. Yes. Dai Donggong admitted it, but from today onwards, they will no longer be able to control me. It is time for me to do what leaders should do. Dai Donggong seemed to have made some painful decision. He was able to control his emotions, but he was still unable to hide the pain on his face. See 2271. See 2271, although Qinxiang and Dai Donggong had only chatted for a short while, they had already understood that Dai Donggong and the Danji, STI, Toot's Elders Hall, was not on the same side. Senior, how did they threaten you? Maybe I can help you. Qinxiang said, No one can help me. For many years, for my own selfish reasons, I have caused Everlasting Mountain to become more and more crooked, and I have disappointed the great hopes that he had placed on me back then. Now that I have decided to give up on certain things, this is the only way to change the Everlasting Mountain." Dai Donggong sighed. Chunxiang said, "Senior, to be honest, the real reason I came to find you was to rope you into the power I created." When Chunxiang came, he did have such thoughts, but at that time he did not decide either, so he wanted to see what kind of person the eternal leader was first. Dai Donggong never thought that Chunxiang would actually have such a goal. He really wanted to know why Chunxiang had such confidence to win him over. Everlasting Mountain's current environment is hopeless. Chunxiang said, "You should know this better than me. No matter what you do next, you will become Everlasting Mountain's enemy. They've already gotten used to being lazy over the years. Suddenly telling them to risk their lives to do something is equivalent to taking their lives. And the strongest power in the Everlasting Mountain is precisely this group of people. If you force them to hunt special D beastes, they will definitely work together to resist you." "That's right." Dai Donggong sighed, but was the Everlasting Mountain going to end like this? If this goes on in the future, if there will be a conflict, Everlasting Mountain will definitely die. Even if I know the result, I still have to try. The majority of the inner sect disciples of the Everlasting Mountain could not compare to the outer sect disciples. But the outer sect disciples were always forced to do dangerous things. For many years, the majority of the outer sect disciples could not compare to the outer sect disciples of the Everlasting Mountain. But the outer sect disciples were always forced to do dangerous things. Hearing Dai Donggong's words, Chunxiang was secretly shocked. This Dai Donggong seemed to know what kind of calamity was going to befall the Star Law Divine Realm. It was as if the Star Law Divine Realm had been peaceful for many years. Chunxiang laughed coldly. "Why would you make the inner disciples of the Everlasting Mountain listen to you? You can give them delay pill? I'm afraid even the outer sect disciples won't listen to you, because you can't bring them any benefits." They were full of yearning to enter the inner sect, so how could they know about all the things that happened and all their dreams? The only reason the outer sect disciples still stayed was to get some divine pellets, and only the Danji, Dienst. 1. Toot S were the core of the entire Everlasting Mountain. As for you, you're just a relatively strong fighter. Dai Donggong frowned, but Chunxiang had stabbed him right in the heart. Even though he was a leader, he truly did not have much appeal in Everlasting Mountain, and the inner sect disciples did not like him. But he could not improve the treatment of the outer sect disciples. The outer sect disciples could only say that he was a good person, but would absolutely not listen to him. Chunxiang chuckled. The current accusation of the elders is to protect the Danji, Dinsti, Toot, and obtain the divine pellets. And if you want to change the Everlasting Mountain, you must first control the Danji, Dinsti, Toot, but the Danji, Dinsti. Toot will definitely not let you succeed. He will let the Elder Hall deal with you, or even join together to fight you. Dai Donggong was speechless. His current situation was extremely awkward. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body kept on trembling. The reason why you became like this is because of your weakness. You were threatened by the Danji, Dinsti, Toot a long time ago, right? Therefore, you should have made your move earlier, and now that you want to, you realize that the Danji, Dinsti, Toot is not someone you can go against. You have already missed your chance. Chunxiang said again. This caused Dai Donggong's face to be filled with pain, because Chunxiang had hit the mark again. If it were you, what would you do now? Dai Donggong sighed. I'm indeed not suitable to be in charge of a large power, because my heart is not dark enough, not fierce enough, and because I have too many concerns. That's why I'm like this. Chunxiang said, I am already doing it. I have already gathered over 10 outstanding disciples from the outer sect examination. There are already more than 10 people following me. You should be well aware that I have gained a lot of prestige among the outer sect disciples due to my Saker in the Everlasting Mountain. I really failed. I was dug out of a wall. yet I didn't even know about it. Dai Donggong laughed bitterly. Indeed, because you are indecisive. Even if you have a strong power, what's the use? Chunxiang said, if you know what's wrong, you can change. You still have time to change your mind. Dai Donggong didn't think that a little ghost would actually lecture him, but he was unable to refute Qinxiang. Senior, the inner sect of Everlasting Mountain has already decayed. We can only exterminate them. You can start over when the time comes. Qinxiang said, I just want to know, how in the world are you able to win over so many outer court disciples? This isn't something that can be accomplished with just prestige. Dai Donggong asked. Based on my status as a pill G. Oh, D, is that enough? Chunxiang laughed blandly. I gave each of them a few Zhongping bone level Dan. What reason do you think they have to not follow me and stay in Everlasting Mountain? A pill G. Oh, D that could refine bone level Dan, that was enough. Dai Donggong was already a little moved by what Qinxiang had said. Senior, do you want to join me? Qinxiang once again extended an invitation. If you also join my side, then go and rope in all of Everlasting Mountain's inner sect disciples and elders, and then let Everlasting Mountain face his own destruction. Dai Donggong hesitated. He was thinking, Senior, now that I know how to refine type-in bone level Dan, the King Grade G. Oh, D-pellet is not a problem. Even if you do not join us in the future, when you seek me to refine the pellet, I will not refuse. Qinxiang laughed. Do you really know how to refine King Grade and Divine pills? Dai Donggong never thought that Qinxiang, who looked so young, would actually have this kind of ability. Of course. Qinxiang said he had previously refined a 3 Lotus Dan. All right, as long as you agree to help me refine a batch of King Grade's Divine pellets, I will join you. Dai Donggong actually agreed to it, which was something that Qinxiang did not expect. So you're saying the reason why Senior was threatened by the Danji, Dynastii, Toot was because of the matter of refining pills. Qinxiang guessed. Yes. Dai Donggong nodded his head. My daughter has been poisoned and needs 3 Lotus Dan to cure the poison. She has already been asleep for tens of thousands of years, and I have only been able to find Qingxin's spiritual lotus for a few years. I handed the Qingxin spiritual lotus over to the Danji, Dynastii, Toot, and had them take care of it. But they sold the Qingxin spiritual lotus.